Chapter 11. Napoleonic France, 1800 to 1815. 1. The economy. Though raised to be a soldier, Napoleon had a sound sense of economic realities as the fate of families, the subsoil of culture, and the strength and weakness of a state. Generally, despite an itch to regulate, he ranged himself on the side of free enterprise, open competition, and private property. He paid little attention to the socialistic plans of Charles Fourier and others for the communal production of goods and the equitable distribution of the product. He felt sure that in any society the abler minority will soon govern the majority and absorb the greater part of the wealth. Moreover, the inspiration of a communist ideal cannot long take the place of differential rewards in reconciling men to toil. In frank analysis, it is hunger that makes the world move. Moreover, communal ownership is a perpetual temptation to carelessness. Whilst an individual owner with a personal interest in his property is always wide awake and brings his plans to fruition, communal interest is inherently sleepy and unproductive because individual enterprise is a matter of instinct and communal enterprise is a matter of public spirit, which is rare. So he opened all doors, all careers, to all men of whatever fortune or pedigree, and until the later years of his rule, France enjoyed a prosperity that brought peace to all classes. There was no unemployment, no political revolt. Nobody is interested in overthrowing a government in which all the deserving are employed. It was a prime principle with Napoleon that state finances founded upon a good system of agriculture never fail. Overseeing everything, overlooking nothing, he saw to it that protective tariffs, reliable financing, and well-maintained transport by roads and canals should encourage the peasants to labor steadily, to buy land, to bring more and more of it under cultivation, and to provide sturdy youngsters for his armies. Too many French farmers were sharecroppers or hired farm laborers, but 500,000 of them, by 1814, owned the acres that they sowed. An English lady traveling in France in that year described the peasants as enjoying a degree of prosperity unknown to their class anywhere else in Europe. These tillers of the soil looked to Napoleon as a living guarantee of their title deeds, and remained loyal to him until their lands languished in the absence of their conscripted sons. Industry, too, was a prime interest with Napoleon. He made it a point to visit factories, to show interest in processes and products, in the artisans and the managers. He aspired to bring science to the service of industry. He set up industrial exhibitions, in 1801 in the Louvre, and in 1806 under immense tents in the Place des Invalides. He organized the École des Arts et Métiers and rewarded inventors and scientists. Experiments with steam propulsion were made in 1802 with a clumsy engine on a barge in a canal near Paris. Their success was not convincing, but they spurred further efforts. In 1803, Robert Fulton offered a plan for applying steam power to navigation. Napoleon turned it over to the Institut National, where after 2 months of experiment it was rejected as impracticable. French industry developed more slowly than the British, having fewer markets, less capital, and less machinery. However, in 1801, Joseph-Marie Jacquard exhibited his new apparatus for weaving. In 1806, the French government bought the invention and distributed it. French textile industry became competitive with the British. The silk industry in Lyon, which in 1800 had 3,500 looms, used 10,720 in 1808, and in 1810, one textile entrepreneur employed 11,000 workers in his mills. Meanwhile, French chemists continued to meet the British exclusion of sugar, cotton, and indigo by making sugar from beetroot, dyes from woad, and linens superior to cotton. Also, they turned potatoes into brandy. Napoleon helped French industries with protective tariffs and the continental blockade, tided them over financial difficulties with loans on easy terms, opened up new markets for French products in his expanding empire, and took up any slack of employment by extensive public works. Some of these were monuments to the glory of Napoleon and his armies, like the Vendôme Column, the Madeleine, and the triumphal Arc du Carrousel and de l'Étoile. Some were military fortifications or facilities, like the fortress, dike, and port of Cherbourg. Some were utilitarian structures, artistically designed, like the Bourse, the Bank of France, the General Post Office, the Théâtre de l'Odéon, even the Halle des Blés or des Vins, the stately emporiums of corn or wines, 1811. Some were aids to agriculture, like the draining of marshes, some to transport and trade. Here belong the opening of new streets in Paris, like the Rue de Rivoli, de Castiglione, de la Paix, and 2 miles of quai, like the Quai d'Orsay along the Seine. More important, 33,500 miles of new roads in France, and countless bridges, including the Pont d'Austerlitz and d'Iéna in Paris. Add the deepening of riverbeds and the extension of France's magnificent system of canals. Major canals were dug connecting Paris with Lyon, and connecting Lyon with Strasbourg and Bordeaux. Napoleon fell before 2 other systems could be completed, canals binding the Rhine with the Danube and the Rhone, and binding Venice with Genoa. The workers who dug the canals, raised the triumphal arches, and manned the factories were not allowed to go on strike or to form unions to bargain for better working conditions or higher pay. However, Napoleon's government saw to it that wages should keep abreast of prices, that bakers and butchers and manufacturers were under state regulation, and that, especially in Paris, the necessaries of life should be plentifully supplied. Until the last years of Napoleon's rule, wages rose faster than prices, and the proletariat, sharing modestly in the general prosperity and proud of Napoleon's victories, became more patriotic than the bourgeoisie. It gave scant hearing to bourgeois liberals like Madame de Staël or Benjamin Constant preaching liberty. Nevertheless, there were sources and voices of discontent. As free enterprise progressively enriched the clever, some men perceived that equality withers under liberty, and that a laissez-faire government allows the concentration of wealth to exclude half of the population from the fruits of invention and the graces of civilization. In 1808, François-Marie Fourier issued his Théorie des 4 mouvements et des destinées générales, the first classic of utopian socialism. He proposed that those dissatisfied with the existing organization of industry should unite in cooperative communities, phalanges, each of some 400 families, living together in a phalanstery or common building, that all members should spend part of the working day in agriculture, collectively organized, part in domestic or group industry, part in leisure or cultural pursuits, that each individual should perform a variety of tasks and should change his occupation occasionally, that each individual should share equally in the products or profits of the phalanx, and that each phalanx should have a community center, a school, a library, a hotel, and a bank. This plan inspired idealists in both hemispheres, and Brook Farm, near Boston, was only one of several utopian communities that were soon cut down by the natural individualism of men. Napoleon himself was not very fond of capitalism. He called the Americans mere merchants who put all their glory into making money. He encouraged French commerce by the multiplication and maintenance of all avenues of transport and trade, and by the supply and steadiness of money, but he discouraged it by the 1,001 regulations of the Continental Blockade. Finally, yielding to complaints, he issued, 1810-11, licenses for the export of certain goods to Britain and for the import of sugar, coffee, and other foreign products. He charged for these licenses, and a good deal of favoritism and corruption entered into their issuance. Petty tradesmen fared better in France than wholesale merchants as industry grew. Stores were stocked beyond French precedent as agriculture, industry, and transport expanded, and frequented streets blossomed with colorful boutiques. But the great port cities, Marseille, Bordeaux, Nantes, Le Havre, Antwerp, and Amsterdam, were in decay, and the merchants were turning against Napoleon and his blockade. His greatest success as an administrator was in finance. Strange to say, his wars till 1812 usually brought in more than they cost. He put upon his enemies the onus of beginning the action, and when he defeated them, he charged high fees, and old masters for the lesson. Part of these gleanings he kept under his personal control as a domaine extraordinaire. He boasted in 1811 that he had 300 million gold francs in the Cave des Tuileries. He used this fund to ease stringencies in the treasury, to correct dangerous turns in the stock market, to finance public works or municipal improvements, to reward signal services, to distinguish artists and writers, to rescue embarrassed industries, to bribe a friend or an enemy, and to pay for his secret police. Enough remained to prepare for the next war and to keep taxes far below their level under Louis XVI or the Revolution. Before 1789, says Taine, the peasant proprietor paid on 100 francs net income 14 to the seigneur, 14 to the clergy, 53 to the state, and kept only 18 or 19 for himself. After 1800, he pays nothing of his 100 francs of income to the seigneur or the clergy. He pays little to the state, only 25 francs to the commune and département, and keeps 70 for his pocket. Before 1789, the manual worker had labored from 20 to 39 of his working days per year to pay his taxes. After 1800, from 6 to 19 days. Through the almost complete exemption from taxes of those who have no property, the burden of direct taxation falls almost entirely on those who own property. However, there were many extremely moderate indirect or sales taxes which fell upon all persons equally and were therefore harder on the poor than on the rich. Toward the end of the imperial regime, the costs of war far exceeded its returns. Taxes and prices rose, and public discontent spread. A crisis in finances in 1805 led Napoleon to reorganize the Bank of France, which had been established in 1800 under private management. While he was fighting for his political life at Marengo, a group of speculators led by Gabriel Julien Ouvrard secured control of army supplies. Running into difficulties, they appealed to the bank for a considerable loan. To raise this money, the bank, with the permission of the Treasury, issued its own notes as legal currency. These failed to win acceptance in financial transactions and fell to 90% of their face value. The company and the bank faced bankruptcy. On his return to Paris, Napoleon rescued the bank with part of the indemnities received from Austria, but he insisted that henceforth it be under control of the state, but not too much so. On April 22, 1806, he placed it under a governor and 2 vice-governors appointed by the government, and 15 regents chosen by the shareholders. This new Banque de France opened branches at Lyon, Rouen, and Lille, and began a long career of service to the French economy and the state. The government still owns only a minority of the bank's shares. Napoleon had small respect for the men who sold supplies to his army and ministries. He took it for granted that every contractor padded his bills, and that some of them offered shoddy materials at first-rate prices. He instructed his appointees to strictly check all bills presented to them, and sometimes he did this himself. All the contractors, he told Bourrienne, all the provision agents are rogues. They possess millions, roll in insolent luxury, while my soldiers have neither bread nor shoes. I will have no more of that. At Vienna in 1809, he received complaints of defective clothing and equipment sold to his army. He ordered an inquiry, which showed that the contractors had made large undue profits in these sales. He ordered a court-martial. This condemned the embezzlers to death. Every influence was made to save them, but Napoleon refused pardon, and the sentence was carried out. By and large, as hostile critics agree, the first 13 years of Napoleon's rule gave France the greatest prosperity she had ever known. When Las Casas, a titled and forgiven émigré, returned in 1805 from a tour of 60 départements, he reported that France had at no period of her history been more powerful, more flourishing, better governed, and happier. In 1813, the Comte de Montalivet, Minister of the Interior, claimed that this continuing prosperity was due to the suppression of feudalism, titles, mortmain, and monastic orders, to the more equal distribution of wealth, to the clearness and simplification of the laws. In 1800, the population of France was approximately 28 million. In 1813, it was 30 million. It does not seem to be a startling gain, but if the same rate of growth, even uncompounded, had continued till 1870, Napoleon's nephew would have had 50 million men to meet the challenge of Bismarck's Germany. 2. The teachers. We have observed Napoleon during his consulate trying to give a new order and stability to post-revolutionary France by a code of civil law and a concordat of peace and cooperation between his government and the traditional religion of the people. To these formative forces, he proposed to add a third by reorganizing the educational system of France. Of all social engines, the school is probably the most efficacious, for it exercises three kinds of influence on the young lives it unfolds and directs. One through the master, another through condiscipleship, and the last through rules and regulations. He was convinced that one reason for the breakdown of law and order during the Revolution was its inability to establish, amid the life and death conflicts of the time, a system of education adequately replacing that which the Church had previously maintained. Splendid plans had been formulated, but neither money nor time could be spared to realize them. Primary education had been left to priests and nuns, or to lay schoolmasters maintained just above starvation by parents or communes. Secondary education had barely survived in lycées dispensing courses in science and history with scant attention to the formation of character. Napoleon thought of public education in political terms. Its function was to produce intelligent but obedient citizens. In establishing a corps of teachers, he said, with a candor unusual in governments, "My principal aim is to secure the means for directing political and moral opinions. So long as one grows up without knowing whether to be Republican or monarchist, Catholic or irreligious, the state will never form a nation. It will rest on vague and uncertain foundations. It will be constantly exposed to disorder and change." Having restored the Church to association with the government, he allowed semi-monastic organizations like the Frères des Écoles Chrétiennes to attend to primary instruction and nuns to teach well-to-do girls, but he refused to let the Jesuits re-enter France. Nevertheless, he admired them for their strict organization as a dedicated guild of teachers. "The essential thing," he wrote, February 16, 1805, "is a teaching body like that of the Jesuits of old." While I was with him, Bourrienne recalled, he often told me that it was necessary that all schools, colleges, and other establishments for public instruction be subject to military discipline. In a note of 1805, Napoleon proposed that a teaching order could be formed if all the managers, directors, and professors in the empire were under one or more chiefs, like the generals, provincials, etc. of the Jesuits, and if it were the rule that no one could fill a higher position in the organization unless he had passed through various lower stages. It would be desirable, too, that the teacher not marry or that he defer marriage till he has secured an adequate position and income to support a family. A year later, on May 10, 1806, Antoine François de Fourcroy, Director General of Public Instruction, secured from the Corps Legislatif a provisional decree that there shall be established under the name of the Imperial University a body exclusively charged with the work of teaching throughout the empire. The University of Paris, founded around 1150, had been suppressed by the Revolution in 1790. This new university was to be not merely a union of various faculties, theology, law, medicine, science, and literature. It was to be the sole producer of teachers for the secondary schools of France, and was to include all its living and teaching graduates. These lycées were to be established in one or more cities of each département, with a curriculum combining the classic languages and literatures with the sciences. They were to be financed by the municipality, but all their teachers were to be graduates of the university, and no one was to be promoted to a higher post unless he had previously held those below it, and had obeyed his superiors like a soldier obeying an officer. To persuade French youths to enter this treadmill, Napoleon provided 6,400 scholarships, whose recipients pledged themselves to the teaching profession and promised to defer marriage at least to the age of 25. As their final reward, they were to have clearly before them the prospect of rising to the highest offices of the state. All this, Napoleon told Fourcroy, is only a commencement. By and by we shall do more and better. He did better, from his point of view, by restoring in 1810, as a branch of the university, the École Normale, where select students, living in common under military discipline, were given special training by a prestigious faculty, including such masters as Laplace, Lagrange, Berthollet, and Monge. By 1813, all college teachers were expected to be graduates of the École Normale. Science began to prevail over the classics in the college curriculum and set the intellectual tone of educated France. The École Polytechnique, established during the Revolution, was changed into a military academy where the physical sciences became the servants of war. Several provincial universities survived the emperor's martial sweep, and private colleges were allowed to operate under license and periodical examination by the university. As the authoritarian mood relaxed, individual lecturers were permitted to use university halls to give special courses, and students were allowed to take these as they chose. At the top of the intellectual pyramid was the Institut National de France. The French Academy, suppressed in 1793, had been restored in 1795 as Class II of the new institute. Napoleon was proud of his membership in the institute, but when its moral and political section in 1801 presumed to discourse on how a government should be run, he ordered Comte Louis-Philippe de Ségur to tell the second class of the institute that I will have no political subjects treated at its meetings. The institute then contained many old rebels faithful to the Enlightenment and the Revolution, who privately laughed or wept at the official restoration of the Catholic Church. Cabanis and Destutt de Tracy had used the word ideology as the study of the formation of ideas. Napoleon called these psychologists and philosophers ideologues, as men too immersed in ideas and reveling in reason to perceive and understand the realities of life and history. These intellectuals, spreading their notions through countless publications, were, in his judgment, obstacles to good government. The men who write well and are eloquent, he said, have no solidity of judgment. He cautioned his brother Joseph, then, July 18, 1807, ruling Naples, "You live too much with literary people. As for the intellectuals who were buzzing in the salons, I regard scholars and wits the same as coquettish women. One should frequent them and talk with them, but never choose one's wife from among such women, or one's ministers from among such men." On January 23, 1803, he reorganized the institute into 4 classes, omitting the moral and political category. Class 1, which he valued most, was to study the sciences. Among its 60 members were Adrien Legendre, Monge, Biot, Berthollet, Gay-Lussac, Laplace, Lamarck, Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, and Cuvier. Class 2 had 40 members devoted to the language and literature of France. It replaced the old French Academy and resumed work on the Dictionnaire. It included the old poet Delille, the famous dramatist Marie-Joseph de Chénier, the young historian Guizot, the romantic stylist Chateaubriand, the philosophers Volney, Destutt de Tracy, and Maine de Biran. Class 3, with 40 members, dealt with ancient and oriental history, literature, and art. Here, Louis Langlois pursued those studies of Persia and India that had already led to the École des Langues Orientales in 1795, and Jean-Baptiste Dance de Villeroisson discovered the Alexandrian commentators on Homer, so paving the way for F.A. Wolff's revealing theorem that Homer was many men. Class 4, the Académie des Beaux-Arts, included 10 painters, 6 sculptors, 6 architects, 3 engravers, and 3 composers, here shown David, Ingres, and Houdon. Aside from his distaste for ideologues, Napoleon supported the Institute heartily, eager to make it an embellishment of his reign. Every member of the Institute received from the government an annual salary of 1,500 francs. Each permanent secretary of a class received 6,000. In February and March, each class presented to the emperor a report of the work done in its department. Napoleon was pleased with the total picture, for Meneval claimed, "This general review of literature, science, and art showed that human intelligence, far from going back, did not halt in its constant march toward progress." We may question the constant, but there is no doubt that the reorganization of science and scholarship under Napoleon placed their practitioners at the head of the European intellect for half a century. 3. The warriors. After education, conscription. War had been made more frequent, more homicidal, and more costly by the Revolution. The levy en masse in 1793 established the rule that war should no longer be the sport of princes using mercenaries, but a struggle of nations involving every class, though it was some time before the other governments followed the French in allowing commoners to become officers, even marshals. Rousseau had already laid down the principle that universal service was a logical corollary of universal suffrage. He who would vote should serve. Facing the European monarchies in a struggle to preserve its republic, France, which before Louis XIV had been a medley of proud regions with no national spirit binding the whole, was united in 1793 by a common fear. Its response was national and decisive. A large army, calling all men, became necessary. Conscription began, and when masses of Frenchmen, inspired as armies had rarely been before, began to defeat the professional soldiers of the feudal monarchies, these countries too enforced conscription, and war became a conflict of masses competing in massacre. The glory of nationalism replaced the pride of dynasties as the tonic of war. In 1803, faced with the rupture of the Peace of Amiens and anticipating war with another coalition, Napoleon issued a new law of conscription. All males between 20 and 25 years of age were made subject to the draft. Many were exempted: young married men, seminarians, widowers or divorcees with children, anyone who had a brother already taken, and the eldest of 3 orphans. Moreover, a draftee could pay a substitute to take his place. At first, this seemed to Napoleon to be unjust. Then he allowed it, chiefly on the ground that advanced students should be left to continue their studies to fit themselves for administrative posts. This annual insistence that it is dulce et decorum pro patria mori was borne patiently by the French people in the ecstasy of Napoleon's victories. But when defeats began in 1808 and left thousands of families grieving, resistance grew, evaders and deserters multiplied. By 1814, Napoleon had recruited 2,613,000 Frenchmen for his armies. Approximately 1 million of these died of wounds or disease. Add 500,000 enlisted or conscripted from foreign countries allied or subject to France. In 1809, Napoleon asked Tsar Alexander to mediate between France and England, saying that a general peace would allow an end to conscription. That hope passed. As defeated enemies seemed to rise from their graves for new coalitions and campaigns, Napoleon kept many conscripts beyond their statutory 5-year terms, and called up annual classes before their time, until in 1813 he summoned the class of 1815. At last the patience of French parents gave way, and the cry of "Down with conscription" rose everywhere in France. By such methods grew the Grande Armée, which was Napoleon's love and pride. He fostered its spirit by giving each regiment its own colorful standard, which some brave youth would carry into the battle to lead and inspire its men. If he fell, another youth would rush up, pick up the flag, and carry it on. Usually this banner became the visible soul of the regiment. Almost always it survived to display its remnants in victory parades and at last to hang as a tattered but sacred trophy in the Church of the Invalides. Nearly every regiment had its distinctive uniform and name, once famous from Brest to Nice, from Antwerp to Bordeaux: grenadiers, hussars, chasseurs, lancers, dragoons. Above all, there were the 92,000 men who formed the Imperial Guard, kept in protective reserve around the emperor until some crisis called for their lives. Any conscript could rise to membership in the Guard, and even to wield a baton as one of the 18 marshals of Napoleonic France. The results of the wars were endless: biological, economic, political, and moral. The old figure of 1,700,000 Frenchmen dead in those campaigns has been reduced by later calculations to 1 million men. Even so, these presumably premature deaths may have weakened France for a generation, until her wounds made up the loss. Economically, the wars and the stimulus of blockaded ports and military needs accelerated the growth of industry. Politically, they strengthened the unification of regional governments and loyalties under a central rule. Morally, the constant conflicts habituated Europe to the enlargement of wars and to a code of slaughter unknown since the barbarian invasions. At the fronts and then in the capitals, the rulers laid aside the 10 Commandments. War justifies everything, Napoleon wrote to General Berthier in 1809. Nothing has ever been established except by the sword, and, in the last analysis, there must be a military quality in government. Without an army, there is no state. To accustom the French people to this martial ethic, Napoleon appealed to their love of glory. La gloire became a national fever, generating enthusiastic concord and obedience. So Napoleon could say that the wars of the Revolution have ennobled the entire French nation. For 10 years, with the help of the Allies, he kept his people in this hypnotic trance. Let Alfred de Musset, who was there, describe the mood of France in 1810. It was in this air of the spotless sky, where shone so much glory, where glistened so many swords, that the youth of the time breathed. They well knew that they were destined to the hecatomb, but they regarded Murat as invincible, and the emperor had been seen to cross a bridge where so many bullets whistled that they wondered was he immune to death. And even if one must die, what did it matter? Death itself was so beautiful, so noble, so illustrious in his battle-scarred purple. It borrowed the color of hope. It reaped so many ripening harvests that it became young, and there was no more old age. All the cradles of France, as well as its tombs, were armed with shield and buckler. There were no more old men. There were corpses or demigods. Meanwhile, at the front, Napoleon's soldiers stole and gambled and drank their fears to sleep. His generals stole according to their station. Massena amassed millions, and Soult was not far behind. Amiable Josephine, kindly Joseph, brave Lucien, and Uncle Cardinal Fesch profited by investing in firms that were selling shoddy goods to French troops. Napoleon colored his war bulletins with exaggeration and concealment, bled the treasuries of defeated nations, appropriated their art, and pondered ways to effect the moral regeneration of France. 4. Morals and manners. The Revolution, by breaking down political and parental authority and dismissing religious belief, had let loose the individualistic instincts of the French people, moderately in the provinces, catastrophically in the capital. The center of law found itself struggling within the center of chaos and crime. Napoleon, himself lawless, determined to restore stability to morals and manners as vital to the regeneration of France, the sanity and contentment of its people, and the success of his rule. He made it clear that he would keep a stern eye on all business relations in or with the government, and would punish severely all detected dishonesty. He set his face against immodest dress in society or on the stage. He reprimanded his brother Lucien and his sister Elisa for displaying too much of their flesh in private theatricals. And when at a soirée he found himself confronted by Madame de Staël in low and ample décolleté, he remarked pointedly, "I presume that you nurse your children yourself?" He insisted that Talleyrand marry his mistress. Madame Tallien, who had directed directory morals by the curve of her hips, disappeared into the provinces. Josephine said goodbye to adultery, and her frightened milliners cut their bills in half. The new code gave the husband almost Roman powers over his wife and children. The family resumed its function of turning animals into citizens, at whatever cost to personal freedom. The mood of the age suffered some darkening as part price of the new discipline. The reckless gaiety of the sexes and the classes under the Revolution yielded to bourgeois propriety and proletarian fatigue. The class barriers that had graded and steadied the population in Bourbon days gave way to a restless fever of competition as career open to talents built stairs between all tiers and set rootless youths climbing the slippery pyramids to power. Such deductions made, Napoleon was justified in feeling that under his rule morality returned to France, and manners regained some of the courtesy that had eased and graced pre-revolutionary life in literate France. He felt that despite all efforts to equalize opportunity, some form of class distinction would inevitably develop from the natural diversity of abilities and environments. To keep this result from being merely an aristocracy of wealth, he established in 1802 the Legion of Honor, to be composed of men chosen by the government who had distinguished themselves by special excellence in their fields: war, law, religion, science, scholarship, art. It was to be half as democratic as life. All men were eligible, but no women. The members swore on admission to support the principles of liberty and equality, but they were soon graded into classes according to their merit or influence or tenure. Each received from the French government an annual stipend, 5,000 francs for a grand officer, 2,000 to a commander, 1,000 to an officer, 250 to a chevalier. To distinguish them, the members were to wear a ribbon or a cross. When some councillors smiled at such baubles, Napoleon replied that men are more easily led by decorations than by authority or force. One obtains everything from men by appealing to their sense of honor. The emperor took another step toward a new aristocracy by creating in 1807 the imperial nobility, conferring titles upon his relatives, his marshals, certain administrative officers, and outstanding savants. So, in the next 7 years, he made 31 dukes, 452 counts, 1,500 barons, 1,474 chevaliers. Talleyrand became Prince of Benevento. Fouché became Duc d'Otranto. Joseph Bonaparte was suddenly Grand Elector. Louis Bonaparte was Grand Constable. Murat, cavalry leader, was surprised to find himself Grand Admiral. Marshal Davout was christened Duc d'Auerstedt. Lannes, Duc de Montebello. Savary, Duc de Rovigo. Lefebvre, Duc de Danzig. Laplace and Volney became counts, and Napoleon's sisters blossomed into princesses. With each title went a colorful and distinctive uniform, an annual revenue, sometimes a substantial estate. Moreover, and here Napoleon frankly turned his back upon the Republic, most of these titles were made hereditary. Only with transmissible property, in Napoleon's view, could his new aristocrats maintain their position and authority, and thereby serve as a support to the ruler. The emperor himself, to keep a step or two ahead of the new aristocracy, which soon flaunted its titles, uniforms, and powers, guarded himself with chamberlains, equerries, prefects of the palace, and 100 other servitors. And Josephine was equipped with ladies-in-waiting whose titles came from the Bourbon or beyond. Still unsated, he turned to the survivors of the old nobility and used every lure to draw them to his court. He had called many of them back to France as a foil to the still revolutionary Jacobins, and in the hope of establishing continuity between the old France and the new. This seemed impossible, for the returning émigrés scorned Napoleon as a parvenu usurper, denounced his policies, satirized his manners, looks, and speech, and made fun of his new aristocracy. Gradually, however, as his prestige mounted with his victories, and as France rose to such power and wealth as not even Louis XIV had won for her, this lofty attitude bent. The younger sons of the émigrés gladly accepted appointments in the upstart's service. Grandes dames came to attend Josephine, and at last some nobles of ancient vintage, Montmorencys, Montesquieux, Ségours, Gramonts, Noailles, Turennes, added their aura to the imperial court and were rewarded with partial restoration of their confiscated estates. After the marriage with Marie-Louise, the reconciliation seemed complete. But much of it was superficial. The newer sons and daughters of the Revolution did not relish the superior manners and prestige of the pedigreed. The army, still fond of its revolutionary ideals, grumbled to see its idol exchanging bows with ancient foes. These looked down upon the tall generals, the nervous savants, and the ambitious Bonapartes who had presumed to replace them. To keep this den of lions from open war with words or swords, Napoleon insisted upon a code of etiquette. He commissioned some specialists to draw up, from the best Bourbon models, a manual of manners designed to meet every situation courteously. They did, to a bulk of 800 pages. Philosophers and grenadiers studied it, and the imperial court became a model of brilliant dress and empty speech. The courtiers played cards, but as Napoleon forbade playing for money, the cards lost their value. Plays were performed, concerts were given, there were stately ceremonies and massive balls. When the excitement of comparing costumes and matching wit declined, the more intimate members of the court moved with Emperor and Empress to St. Cloud or Rambouillet or Trianon, or most happily to Fontainebleau, where formality loosened its stays and hunting warmed the blood. No one was so irked by this regal ritual as Napoleon, and he avoided it as much as he could. Etiquette, he said, is the prison of kings. And to Las Casas, necessity compelled me to observe a degree of state, to adopt a certain system of solemnity, in a word, to establish etiquette. Otherwise I should have been every day liable to be slapped on the shoulder. As for ceremonies, they too had their rationale. A newly established government must dazzle and astonish. The moment it ceases to glitter, it falls. Display is to power what ceremony is to religion. Is it not a fact that the Catholic religion appeals more strongly to the imagination by the pomp of its ceremonies than by the sublimity of its doctrines? When you want to arouse enthusiasm in the masses, you must appeal to their eyes. As usual in history, the manners of the court passed down, tapering, to the literate population. It took only 10 or 12 years, said the learned bibliophile Jacob, Paul Lacroix, to make of the grand monde of the Directory a decent, polished, and well-brought-up society. This was especially true of Lyon and Bordeaux, not to speak of Paris, where, said Madame de Staël, so many persons of intellect came together, and so many were accustomed to employ that intellect in adding to the pleasures of conversation. Napoleon, reported Las Casas, rendered justice to the delicate tact which distinguished the inhabitants of the French capital. Nowhere, he said, could be found so much wit or more taste. 100 cafes gathered a gregarious people to sit and sip, to exchange news and repartees, while before them the mobile world passed in unwilling parade, each animalcule centering the world around itself. Fine restaurants had disappeared during the Terror, had reopened under the Directory, and began now their reign over the tastes and purses of the French people. It was during the Consulate and the Empire that Antelme Brillat-Savarin accumulated the facts and legends that swelled his classic of gastronomy, La Physiologie du Goût, which reached print only a year, 1826, before his death. Styles of speech and dress were changing. Citoyen and citoyenne were being replaced by the pre-revolutionary monsieur and madame. Men of fashion reverted to knee breeches and silk stockings, but pantaloons regained supremacy as the empire waned. The ladies, abandoning the steel grec of the Directory, returned to skirts and bodices. Décolleté remained generous, with bare shoulders and arms. Napoleon opposed the fashion. Josephine approved of it. Her pretty arms and shoulders and buttressed bosom won. The emperor gave his approval to masked balls, for he was glad to see social life revive. He did not care for the salons that were flourishing in Paris. They were becoming a refuge of politicians, authors, and ideologues, critical of his increasingly dictatorial regime. His brothers Joseph and Lucien organized frequent receptions where the talk was necessarily favorable to the emperor and generally hostile to Josephine. Fouché and Talleyrand held their own courts, where criticism was polite. The returned émigrés excoriated all the Bonapartes in somber soirees in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and Madame de Staël maintained her famous salon as part of her 15 years' war against Napoleon. Madame de Genlis, returning to France after 7 years as an émigré, devoted her salon and her writings to defending the emperor against Bourbon, Jacobins, Madame de Staël, and Madame Récamier. 5. Madame Récamier. La Récamier's salon owed its success to her enticing beauty and her husband's complacent wealth. Born in Lyon in 1777, named Jean-Françoise Julie Adelaide Bernard, and known to her friends as Julie or Juliette, she was endowed with a loveliness of face and figure that survived even when she had become 70 and blind. She developed almost every charm of the feminine character: kindness, sympathy, tenderness, taste, grace, tact. She added to this a sensuous pliancy that stirred 100 males without any known harm to her virginity. In 1793, aged 16, she married Jacques-Rose Récamier, who was 42 but a banker. He was so pleased to contemplate her beauty, to hear her singing, to watch her delicate hands drawing sentiment from her piano or her harp, that he cushioned her in every comfort, financed her career as a salonière, bore with paternal indulgence the conquests that she made, herself unconquered, and apparently did not insist on his marital rights. In 1798, he bought the Parisian home of Jacques Necker on the Rue de Mont Blanc. During that transaction, Juliette, 21, met Madame de Staël, 32. It was only a casual encounter, but it began a lifelong friendship that even rivalry in love could not end. Inspired by the success with which the older woman had brought to her salon the most prominent statesmen and authors of the time, Juliette, in 1799, opened her new home to periodical gatherings of men and women prominent in the political, cultural, or social life of Paris. Lucien Bonaparte, the Minister of the Interior, lost little time in declaring to her his imperishable love. She showed his flaming letters to her husband, who advised her to treat Lucien with patience, lest the Récamier Bank incur the hostility of the rising dynasty. Napoleon extinguished Lucien's fire by sending him as ambassador to Spain. Perhaps he himself had cast an eye upon Juliette as a morsel for a king. She had quite other inclinations. Despite her husband's cautions and her father's precarious position as postmaster general in the consular government, she welcomed to her salon royalists like Mathieu de Montmorency, anti-Napoleon generals like Bernadotte and Moreau, and others who resented the first consul's increasingly imperial ways. She was now in the prime of her beauty, and the leading painters were glad to have her sit for them. David portrayed her in the favorite pose of current goddesses, reclining on a couch and loosely dressed in a Grecian gown that left bare her arms and feet. Monsieur Récamier felt that David had not caught the demure loveliness of his wife. He challenged François Gérard, David's pupil, to rival his master. Gérard succeeded so well that David never forgave him. In 1802, Juliette and her mother visited England, where dignitaries like the Prince of Wales and belles like the Duchess of Devonshire received her with all the honors due to her beauty and her anti-Bonapartist sentiments. Soon after her return to France, her father was arrested for having connived at secret negotiations between Parisian royalists and the rebel Chouans of the Vendée. He was arrested and was in danger of being sentenced to death when his distracted daughter persuaded Bernadotte to go to Napoleon and intercede for Monsieur Bernard's release. Napoleon consented, but dismissed him from his post. The government, Juliette admitted, had a perfect right to remove him. In 1806, her husband appealed to the Bank of France to save him from bankruptcy by lending him 1 million francs. The directors referred the request to Napoleon, who, returning from Marengo, found the bank itself involved in difficulties. He forbade the loan. Recamier sold the house on the Rue de Mont Blanc. Juliette sold her silver and jewelry, and without complaint accepted a simpler life. But she came close to a breakdown when, on January 20th, 1807, her mother died. Hearing of this, Madame de Staël invited her to come for a stay in the Necker Chateau at Coppet in Switzerland. Monsieur Recamier, absorbed in a struggle to regain solvency, gave her his permission to go. On July 10th, she reached Coppet and began the most amorous period of her career. A succession of suitors attended upon her there, including Madame de Staël's lover, Benjamin Constant. She enjoyed and encouraged their attentions, all the while, we are told, guarding her citadel. Some critics have accused her of dealing recklessly with men's hearts, and Constant wrote bitterly, "She has played with my happiness, my life, may she be cursed." But Constant, too, played with hearts and lives, and the Duchesse d'Abrantes remembered Juliette as quite unblemished. One cannot expect to find in future times a woman like her, a woman whose friendship has been courted by the most remarkable persons of the age, a woman whose beauty has thrown at her feet all the men who have once set eyes upon her, whose love has been the object of universal desire, yet whose virtue has remained pure. In her days of gaiety and splendor, she had the merit of being always ready to sacrifice her own enjoyments to afford consolation to any friend in affliction. To the world, Madame Recamier is a celebrated woman. To those who had the happiness to know and appreciate her, she was a peculiar and gifted being, formed by nature as a perfect model in one of her most beneficent moods. In October 1807, Juliette came so close to commitment with Prince August of Prussia, nephew of Frederick the Great, that she wrote to her husband asking for release from their marriage. Recamier reminded her that he had through 14 years shared his wealth with her and had indulged her every wish. Did it not seem wrong of her to desert him in his efforts for financial recovery? She returned to Paris and her husband, and the prince had to comfort himself with her letters. As Recamier grew rich again, and Juliette inherited a fortune from her mother, she resumed her salon and her opposition to Napoleon. In 1811, when Madame de Staël was in hot disfavor with the emperor, and Mathieu de Montmorency had just been exiled for visiting her, Juliette dared fortune, and over the warnings of Germaine, insisted on spending at least a day with her at Coppet. Napoleon, upset by bad news from Spain and Russia, forbade her to come within 120 miles of Paris. After his first abdication, on April 11, 1814, she returned, reopened her salon, and entertained Wellington and other leaders of the victorious Allies. When Napoleon returned from Elba and recaptured France without a blow, she prepared to leave the capital, but Hortense promised to protect her, and she remained, temporarily subdued. After the second abdication, June 22, 1815, she resumed her hospitality. Chateaubriand, whom she had met in 1801, now re-entered her life, and gave her a second youth in a strange and historic romance. 6. The Jews in France. The emancipation of the European Jews came first in France because France led in the emancipation of the mind, and because the Enlightenment had accustomed a rising proportion of adults to interpret history in secular terms. Biblical research had revealed Jesus as a lovable preacher critical of Pharisees, but loyal to Judaism, and the Gospels themselves had shown him as gladly heard by thousands of Jews and welcomed by thousands as he entered Jerusalem. How then could an entire people, through thousands of years, be punished for the crime of a high priest and a handful of incidental rabble demanding his death? Economic hostilities remained and fed the natural unease in the presence of strange speech and garb, but even that animosity was declining, and Louis XVI had encountered no popular resistance to his removal of taxes that had specifically burdened the Jews. Mirabeau, in an essay that barbed logic with wit, had pleaded for the complete emancipation of the Jews in 1787, and the Abbé Grégoire had won a prize from the Royal Society of Science and Arts in Metz in 1789 for his treatise, The Physical, Moral, and Political Regeneration of the Jews. It seemed only a logical consequence of the Declaration of Human Rights when the Constituent Assembly on September 27, 1791, extended full civil rights to all the Jews of France. The armies of the Revolution carried political freedom to the Jews of Holland in 1796, of Venice in 1797, of Mainz in 1798, and soon the Code Napoleon established it automatically wherever Bonaparte's conquests reached. Napoleon himself came to the problem with the soldier's customary scorn of tradesmen. Stopping at Strasbourg in January 1806 on his return from the Austerlitz campaign, he received appeals to help the peasants of Alsace from their financial misery. Suddenly released from feudal servitude, they had found themselves without employment or land to give them a living. They had asked local bankers, mostly German Jews, to lend them the substantial sums they needed to buy acres, tools, and seed to set themselves up as peasant proprietors. The bankers provided the funds, but at rates reaching 16% interest, which to the lenders seemed justified by the risks involved. Borrowers in America today pay similar rates. Now some of the farmers could not meet their payments of interest and amortization. Napoleon was informed that unless he interfered, many peasants would face the loss of their lands. He was warned that all Christian Alsace was up in arms over the situation, and that an attack upon the Jews was imminent. Arrived in Paris, he took up the matter with his council. Some members advised harsh measures. Others pointed out that the Jews of Marseille, Bordeaux, Milan, and Amsterdam were living in peace and respect in their communities and should not be penalized by any general revocation of the rights held by Jews in regions controlled by France. Napoleon compromised. He ruled that the claims of Jewish creditors in certain provinces should not be collected until a year had passed. But at the same time, May 30th, 1806, he invited Jewish notables from throughout France to meet in Paris to consider the problems affecting the relations of Christians and Jews, and to suggest means of spreading the Jews more widely throughout France and into a greater variety of occupations. The prefects of the departments were to choose the notables, but on the whole their selection was fortunate. The rabbis and laymen most respected by their congregations gathered in Paris in July 1806 in number 111, and were given a hall in the Hôtel de Ville for their deliberations. Napoleon or his counselors submitted to the meeting some questions on which the emperor solicited information. Are Jews polygamous? Do they allow the marriage of Jews with Christians? Do the rabbis claim the right to grant divorces independently of the civil authorities? Do the Jews consider usury lawful? The notables formulated answers calculated to please Napoleon. Polygamy was forbidden in the Jewish communities, and divorce was allowed only when confirmed by the civil courts. Intermarriage with Christians was permitted. Usury was contrary to Mosaic law. Napoleon sent Count Louis Molé to express his satisfaction, and the Count, formerly critical, addressed the notables with spontaneous eloquence. Who would not be astonished at the sight of this assembly of enlightened men, selected from among the descendants of the most ancient of nations? If an individual of past centuries could come to life, and if this scene met his gaze, would he not think himself transplanted within the walls of the holy city? However, he added, the emperor desired a religious sanction and surety to be given for the principles affirmed by this predominantly lay assembly, and proposed that the notables should call to Paris, for this and other purposes, the Great Sanhedrin, Israel's supreme rabbinical court, which, because of the dispersion of the Jews after the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, had not met since AD 66. The notables were happy to cooperate. On October 6th, they sent to all the leading synagogues of Europe the emperor's invitation to elect delegates to the great sitting together. Sanhedrin was from the Greek synedrion, to consider means of mitigating the difficulties between Christians and Jews, and to facilitate the entry of French Jews into all the rights and advantages of French civilization. The notables accompanied their invitation with a proud and happy proclamation. A great event is about to take place, one which, through a long series of centuries, our fathers, and even we in our own times, did not expect to see. The 20th of October has been fixed as the date for the opening of a great Sanhedrin in the capital of one of the most powerful Christian nations, and under the protection of the immortal prince who rules over it. Paris will show the world a remarkable scene, and this ever-memorable event will open to the dispersed remnants of the descendants of Abraham a period of deliverance and prosperity. The great Sanhedrin could not live up to these enthusiastic expectations. 8 days after the invitations went out, Napoleon and his troops fought the Prussians at Jena. All through that fall he remained in Germany or Poland, dismembering Prussia, creating the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, playing politics or war. All through the winter he remained in Poland, reorganizing his army, fighting the Russians to a draw at Eylau, overwhelming them at Friedland, and making peace with Tsar Alexander at Tilsit in 1807. He had little time left for the great Sanhedrin. It met on February 9, 1807. 45 rabbis and 26 laymen conferred, listened to speeches, and ratified the replies given to Napoleon by the notables. They proceeded later to issue recommendations to the Jews, to end any animosity to Christians, to love their country as now their own, to accept military service in its defense, to avoid usury, and to enter more and more into agriculture, handicrafts, and the arts. In March, the Sanhedrin sent its report to the distant Napoleon and adjourned. Almost a year later, on March 18, 1808, Napoleon issued his final decisions. They ratified the religious freedom of the Jews and their full political rights in all of France except Alsace and Lorraine. There, for the next 10 years, certain restrictions were imposed upon bankers to lessen bankruptcies and racial animosities. The debts of women, minors, and soldiers were cancelled. The courts were authorized to cancel or reduce arrears in payment of interest, and to grant a moratorium for payment. No Jew was to engage in trade without a license from the prefect, and further immigration of Jews into Alsace was forbidden. In 1810, the emperor added another request, that every Jew should take a family name, which he hoped would facilitate ethnic assimilation. It was an imperfect settlement, but perhaps some allowance must be made for a ruler who insisted on ruling everything, and therefore found himself repeatedly inundated with problems and details. The Jews of Alsace felt unjustly injured by the emperor's regulations, but most Jewish communities in France and elsewhere accepted them as a reasonable attempt to ease an explosive situation. Meanwhile, in the constitution that he drew up for Westphalia, Napoleon declared that all the Jews of that new kingdom were to enjoy all the rights of citizenship on a complete level with other citizens. In France, the crisis passed, and the Jews entered fruitfully and creatively into French literature, science, philosophy, music, and art. Chapter 12. Napoleon and the Arts. 1. Music. Having a continent to manage, Napoleon could not spare much time for music. It is hard to picture him sitting still and mute through one of the concerts at the Théâtre Feydeau. Nevertheless, we hear of concerts given in the Tuileries, and we are assured that he took some pleasure in the intimate recitals arranged by Josephine in her apartments. In any case, Sébastien Erard and Ignaz Pleyel were making fine pianos, and every home in Le Beau Monde had one. Many a hostess arranged a private musicale at which, said the Goncourt, Her guests listened heroically, preferring spirited conversation. The Germans feasted on music without words. The French lived on words without music. Napoleon liked opera better than concerts. He had little ear or voice for song, but it was part of the royal decor that the ruler should attend the opera occasionally, to meditate and be seen. He regretted that Paris lacked an opera house worthy of its high claims as the capital of civilization. It had to wait for his nephew and Charles Garnier to raise, 1861 to 75, the sparkling gem that crowns the Avenue de l'Opéra. Even so, hundreds of operas were composed and produced during his rule. La Dame Blanche of François-Adrien Boieldieu, master of comic opera, received 1,000 performances in 40 years. Napoleon's Italian nature favored Italian operas, with their melodious arias and dramatic plots. Enthusiastic over Giovanni Paisiello's compositions, he invited him to come and direct the Paris Opera and the Conservatory of Music. Paisiello came in 1802, aged 65, but the only opera he composed in Paris, Proserpina, 1803, suffered a lukewarm reception. He withdrew into masses and motets, and in 1804 he returned to Italy, where he served a more congenial audience in the Naples of Joseph Bonaparte and Joachim Murat. Napoleon was more fortunate with Gasparo Spontini, who came in 1803 and earned the emperor's support by treating historical subjects in such wise as to shed glory on the new empire. His most famous opera, La Vestale, had difficulty in finding a company to stage it. Josephine interceded. It was produced. Its bizarre and noisy theatrical emphasis combined with its love story to make it one of the most enduring successes in operatic record. When Napoleon was overthrown, Spontini composed music to celebrate the Bourbon Restoration. Cherubini, who had dominated Parisian opera during the Revolution, continued to dominate it under Napoleon. However, the emperor preferred light-hearted ariotic music to Cherubini's more stately presentations, and left him noticeably unrewarded. The composer accepted an invitation to Vienna in July 1805, but Napoleon captured that city in November. Cherubini was not quite pleased when he was called upon to conduct music for the soirees given by Napoleon in the Palace of Schönbrunn. He returned to France and found hospitality in the chateau of the Prince de Chimay, who had made Madame Tallien respectable with marriage. On returning from Elba, Napoleon, amid all his distractions, took time to make Cherubini a Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. But it was only under Louis XVIII that the somber Italian received due recognition and a comfortable income. From 1821 to 1841, as director of the Paris Conservatory of Music, he influenced an entire generation of French composers. He died in 1842, aged 82, almost forgotten in the careless kaleidoscope of time. 2. Varia. Napoleon closely rivaled Louis XIV in patronage of art, for, like him, he wished to proclaim the glory and grandeur of France, and he hoped that the artists would keep him fresh in human memory. His own taste was not of the best, as became one bred and bound to soldiering, but he did what he could to provide the artists of France with historic originals and personal stimulus. He pilfered masterpieces not only as negotiable wealth, as they are bought today, and as trophies and testimonials of victories, but as models for students in the museums of France. So the Venus de Medici came from the Vatican, Correggio's Lissom Saints from Parma, Vermeer's Marriage of Cana from Venice, Rubens's Descent from the Cross from Antwerp, Murillo's Assumption of the Virgin from Madrid. Even the bronze horses of St. Mark's made their perilous way to Paris. Altogether, between 1796 and 1814, Napoleon sent 506 works of art from Italy to France. Of these, 249 were returned after his fall, 248 remained, 9 were lost. Through such pillage, Paris replaced Rome as the art capital of the Western world. As conquests multiplied, the spoils overflowed into the provinces, and to receive them, Napoleon created museums in Nancy, Lille, Toulouse, Nantes, Rouen, Lyon, Strasbourg, Bordeaux, Marseille, Geneva, Brussels, Montpellier, Grenoble, Amiens. Over all these collections, and particularly over the Louvre, Napoleon appointed Dominique Denon, who had served him in many lands, and who never forgot that the emperor himself had gone to drag him to safety from a plateau swept by enemy fire during the Battle of Eylau. Napoleon established competitions and substantial prizes in several fields of art. He renewed the Prix de Rome and restored the French Academy at Rome. He invited artists to his table and played art critic, even during campaigns. He valued most those painters who could most effectively commemorate his deeds, and those architects who could help him make Paris the most beautiful of cities, and his reign the apex of its history. He commissioned sculptors to adorn 15 new fountains for its squares. Just as his taste in painting ran to the classical, so in architecture he admired the monumental style of ancient Rome, and aimed at strength and sublimity rather than at grace of relief or charm of detail. So he commissioned Barthélemy Vignon to design a temple of glory in honor of the Grande Armée. He bade its builders use nothing but marble, iron, and gold in its construction. The task proved so costly and difficult that, begun in 1809, it remained unfinished when Napoleon fell. His successors completed it in 1842 as a church dedicated to Saint Mary Magdalene, La Madeleine. France has never taken to it. Neither the piety nor the gaiety of Paris accords with that forbidding facade, whose columns might better express an advancing army than a tender sinner so penitent of her favors and so lavish in her love. Monumental, too, is the Palais de la Bourse, or Stock Exchange, which Alexandre Théodore Brongniart began in 1808, and which Etienne de la Barre continued in 1813. Never elsewhere has Mammon been so majestically housed. The preferred architects of the reign were Charles Percier and his usual associate, Pierre-François Léonard Fontaine. Together they labored to unite the Louvre with the Tuileries, despite the unevenness in their structural lines. So they built the north wing, Cour Carrée, of the Louvre in 1806. They repaired and renovated the exterior and connected the floors with massive stairways. They designed the Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel, 1806-8, in the style and proportions of the Arch of Septimus Severus in Rome. The more stately Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile, at the farther end of the Champs-Élysées, was begun in 1806 by Jean-François Chalgrin, but had merely emerged from its foundations when Napoleon fell. It was not completed till 1837, 3 years before his ashes passed under it in their triumphant procession to his tomb in the Hôtel des Invalides. Frankly imitating the Arch of Constantine in Rome, it surpassed it, and any Roman arch, in beauty, partly because of its marble bas-reliefs. At the left, Jean-Pierre Cortot carved the crowning of Napoleon. At the right, François Roudet, in The Marseillaise, 1833-36, caught the martial ecstasy of the Revolution. This is one of the high moments of 19th century sculpture. That difficult art, under Napoleon, rested on the laurels it had earned before his rise. Houdon survived till 1828 and made a bust of him, now in the Museum of Dijon, which earned the artist a place in the Legion of Honor. Still remembering Roman emperors, this time the sculptured record of Trajan's victories, Napoleon commissioned Jean-Baptiste Lepère and Jacques Gondouin to tell the story of the Austerlitz campaign in bronze reliefs to be attached plaque by plaque in an ascending spiral on a column that would dominate the Place Vendôme. It was so done, 1806-10, and in 1808 Antoine Chaudet crowned the shaft with a statue of Napoleon made from cannon captured from the enemy. Seldom had victorious pride mounted so high. The minor arts, cabinetry, interior decoration, tapestry, needlepoint, pottery, porcelain, glass, jewelry, engraving, figurines, had almost died during the Revolution. They had begun recovery under the Directory. They flourished under Napoleon. Sèvres again produced fine porcelain. Furniture took on the solid, sturdy Empire style. The miniatures in which Isabey portrayed with microscopic brilliance the leading characters of the age are among the finest of their kind in history. Joseph Chinard made delectable terracotta busts of Josephine and Madame Récamier. The latter is especially fine, with one breast bared as a sample, and as befitted a woman who was resolved to remain half a virgin to the end. 3. The painters. Painting prospered now, for the country was prospering, and patrons could pay. Napoleon paid well, for he was playing to a gallery of centuries, and hoped to prolong their attention by the blandishments of literature and art. His admiration of Augustus's Rome and Louis XIV's Paris inclined him to favor classic norms of art: line, order, logic, proportion, design, reason, restraint. But the keenness of his senses, the range of his imagination, and the force of his passions gave him some understanding of the Romantic movement that was rising to liberate individualism, feeling, originality, imagination, mystery, and color from the bondage of tradition, conformity, and rule. So he made classic David his court painter, but he kept a corner of his favor for the sentiment of Gérard, the idyls of Proudhon, and the explosive colors of Gros. Jacques-Louis David took naturally to a patron who called himself a consul, who for a time tolerated a tribunate of popular orators, and who disguised his decrees as senatus consulta. He visited the triumphant Corsican soon after the 18th Brumaire. Napoleon won him at once by greeting him as the French Apelles, but gently reproved him for spending so much talent on ancient history. Were there not memorable events in modern, even in contemporary history? However, he added, do what you please. Your pencil will confer celebrity upon any subject you may select. For every historical picture you may choose to paint, you shall receive 100,000 francs. This was convincing. David sealed the pact with Bonaparte Crossing the Alps, 1801, which showed a handsome warrior with a charming leg on a magnificent horse that appears to be galloping up a rocky mountainside, one of the most brilliant pictures of the age. David had voted for the execution of Louis XVI. He must have winced when Napoleon made himself emperor and restored all the pomp and power of monarchy. But he went to see his new master crowned. The fascination of that scene overcame his politics, and after 3 years of intermittent devotion, he commemorated the event in the pictorial masterpiece of the period. Almost 100 characters were portrayed in the coronation of Napoleon, 1807. Even Madame Mère Laetitia, who was not there. Most of them faithfully, except for Cardinal Caprara, who complained that David had revealed him bald without his usual wig. Everyone else was pleased. Napoleon, after examining the picture for half an hour, raised his hat to the artist, saying, "C'est bien, très bien. David, je vous salue." David was not merely the official court painter. He was the unchallenged leader of French art in his time. Everyone of account came to him to sit for a portrait. Napoleon, Pius VII, Murat, even Cardinal Caprara, bewigged. His pupils, especially Gérard, Gros, Isabey, Ingres, spread his influence even while deviating from his style. As late as 1814, English visitors to the Louvre were surprised to find young artists copying not the Renaissance masters, but the pictures of David. A year later, he was banished by the restored Bourbon. He went to Brussels, where he prospered with portraits. He died in 1825, having lived fully in all his 77 years. Of his pupils, we leave Ingres, 1770 to 1867, to later years. We bow in passing to Gérard and Guérin for their illuminating portraits. We stay longer with Antoine-Jean Gros because of his interesting passage through the styles. We have watched him at Milan, painting or imagining Napoleon on the bridge at Arcole. Here, so soon, classic David's air is flirting with romance. Napoleon rewarded Gros's idolatry with a military commission that enabled the young artist to see war at close view. Like Goya a few years later, he saw not so much the fighting as the suffering. In The Plague at Jaffa, 1804, he showed Napoleon touching the sores of a victim. but also he showed the terror and hopelessness of men, women, and children stricken by an obscene and undiscriminating fate. In the Battle of Eylau, 1808, he pictured not the battle, but the field stricken with the dying and the dead. He felt the living warmth of Rubens's colors and poured into his paintings a flesh and blood vitality that raised the romantic spirit of post-Napoleonic France. Then, feeling that he had betrayed his banished master, he tried to recapture in his work the calm of the classic style. He failed, and, lost and forgotten in an age wild with Hugo, Berlioz, Géricault, and Delacroix, he succumbed to a melancholy that dried up in him the sap and love of life. On June 25, 1835, aged 64, he left his home, walked out toward Meudon, and drowned himself in a tributary of the Seine. Pierre-Paul Prudhon, 1758 to 1823, advanced the Romantic surge by preferring ideal beauty to reality, goddesses to gods, and Correggio to Raphael. He recognized with David the primacy of line, but felt that without color, line was dead. He was feminine except in his love of women. His meditative tenderness and amorous sensitivity could forgive all faults that came in a gracious form. As youngest of 13 children, he was harassed with poverty in Cluny and developed hesitantly. However, the local monks saw him drawing and painting and persuaded a bishop to finance Pierre's art study in Dijon. He did well there, but aged 20, he married a goddess who was soon transformed into a rasping shrew. He won a scholarship, went to Rome without his wife, courted Raphael, then Leonardo, and finally surrendered to Correggio. In 1789 he rejoined his wife, moved to Paris, and soon found himself stranded in a revolutionary chaos that had no time or taste for his Cupids and Psyches. Obstinately he continued to paint them, with a loving delicacy that seemed to caress the flesh with the brush. He ate by producing billheads, miniatures, and commercial illustrations. After 10 years of such servitude, he won from the Directory a commission to paint a picture, Wisdom Descending to Earth, which caught the attention of General Bonaparte. Later, the first consul centered on David and could spare only transient favors to Prudhon. Josephine, however, sat to him for the portrait that hangs in the Louvre. Meanwhile, tortured with monogamy, he and his wife agreed to part. Not till 1808, when he was 50, did he win acclaim. In that year he embodied his voluptuous dreams in The Rape of Psyche, and then balanced it with justice and vengeance pursuing crime. Impressed, Napoleon nominated him to the Legion of Honor and gave him an apartment in the Sorbonne. In the next apartment, the love-hungry painter found another artist, Constance Meyer, who became his mistress, housekeeper, and the solace of his old age. In 1829, Constance, apparently distracted with religious qualms, killed herself. The shock overwhelmed Prudhon. In 1823 he died, almost unnoticed in the excitement of that romantic movement which he had forwarded by going back from David to Watteau and renewing the French worship of beauty and grace. 4. The theater. Napoleon was well acquainted with the classic drama of France, and only less so with the dramatic literature of ancient Greece. Corneille was his favorite because, in him, far more than in Racine, he found what he felt was a just understanding of heroism and nobility. A good tragedy, he said at St. Helena, gains upon us every day. The higher kind of tragedy is the school of great men. It is the duty of sovereigns to encourage and disseminate a taste for it. Had Corneille lived in my time, I would have made him a prince. The emperor did not care for comedy. He had no need to be amused. Talleyrand pitied M. de Rémusat because, as director of entertainments at the imperial court, he was expected to arrange some amusements for cet homme inamusable. But this unamusable man lavished funds upon the Comédie Française and its stars. He welcomed Talma to his table and Mademoiselle George to his bed. In 1807, Napoleon restricted the number of Paris theaters to 9 and reinstituted the Théâtre Français, the then and present home of the Comédie Française, in almost exclusive right to perform the classic drama. On October 15, 1812, amid the ruins of burned Moscow, he found time to draw up for the Théâtre Français an elaborate code of regulations which still govern it today. So encouraged, the Comédie Française staged during the Empire the finest productions of classic drama in French history. To supplement these activities, the Théâtre de l'Odéon, built in 1779 and destroyed by fire in 1799, was rebuilt in 1808 on classic lines by Chalgrin. A court theatre was set up in the Tuileries, and private theatricals of considerable excellence were staged in many rich homes. Talma, after playing his parts in the Revolution, reached his zenith under Napoleon. His own character was so proud, distinctive, and intense that he must have found difficulty in shedding it for any assumed role. He mastered the subtle art by learning to control and coordinate all the movements of his limbs, all the muscles and features of his face, every inflection of his voice, to fit and convey any sensation, feeling, or idea, any wonder, doubt, or intention in the personality he portrayed. Some playgoers went repeatedly to see him in the same role to relish and study the finesse of his art. He had discarded the oratorical style of the theatre in the old regime. He spoke the Alexandrian verses as if they were unmetered prose. He rejected any unnatural expression or sentiment. Yet he could be as tender as any lover, as passionate as any criminal. Madame de Staël, moved almost to terror by Talma's portrayal of Othello, wrote to him in 1807, "You are in your career unique in all the world, and no one before you has reached that degree of perfection where art unites with inspiration, reflection with spontaneity, and reason with genius." Napoleon, too, was enamored of the tragedian. He gave him substantial sums, paid his debts, and frequently invited him to breakfast. Then the emperor could so lose himself in discourse on the drama that he kept diplomats and generals waiting while he explained historical details that should determine the presentation of a character. On the morning after seeing La Mort de Pompée, he told Talma, "I am not entirely satisfied. You use your arms too much. Monarchs are less prodigal of gestures. They know that a motion is an order, and that a look is death. So they are sparing of motions and looks." Talma, we are assured, profited from this counsel. In any case, he remained to the end of his life the ruler of the French stage. It had its queens, too, as Napoleon observed. Mademoiselle Duchesnois was plain of face, but perfect in form. Accordingly, as Dumas père reported, she was particularly fond of the part of Alzire, in which she could display her form almost naked. But also, she had a voice containing notes of such profound tenderness, such melodious sorrow, that to this day most people who have seen her in Maria Stuart prefer her to Mademoiselle Rachel. Her forte was tragedy, in which she almost rivaled Talma. It was usually she who was chosen to play opposite him. Mademoiselle George was a frailer beauty, whom the Comédie must have hesitated to cast in such demanding roles as Clytemnestra in Racine's Iphigénie. Her voice and figure charmed the first consul, and like a feudal lord with the droit de seigneur, he called upon her for a command performance now and then. Though this liaison ended after a year, she, like Talma, remained devoted to Napoleon through all his glory and defeats. Consequently, she lost her place at the Théâtre Français when Napoleon fell, but she returned later to share in the excitement of the romantic stage. Napoleon believed with some reason that the Comédie Française had in his reign raised the French stage to a higher excellence than ever before. Several times, to display its quality and his splendor, he bade the company, at the state's expense, to come to Mainz, Compiègne, or Fontainebleau, and perform for the court, or, as at Erfurt and Dresden, to play devant un parterre de rois, before an audience of kings. Not even the Grand Monarque had shone in such theatrical glory. Chapter 13. Literature versus Napoleon. 1. The Censor. Napoleon was more interested in the stage than in literature. He noted carefully the programs of the Théâtre Français expressed his judgment on them, and was largely responsible for their discarding Voltaire and reviving Corneille and Racine. His taste in literature was not so respectable. He read fiction eagerly and took many novels, mostly romantic, with him on his campaigns. His table talk at St. Helena contained some good literary criticism, showing knowledge of Homer, Virgil, Corneille, Racine, La Fontaine, Madame de Sévigné, Voltaire, Richardson, and Rousseau. But he was quite dead to Shakespeare. It is impossible to finish any of his plays. They are pitiful. There is nothing in them that comes anywhere near Corneille or Racine. French translations of Shakespeare were pitifully inadequate. Like most men of affairs, he had no respect for writers on economics or government. He considered them phrasemongers with little corrective sense of reality or of the nature and limits of man. He was sure that he knew better than they what the French people wanted and should have. Efficiency and integrity in government, moderation in taxes, freedom of enterprise in business, regularity of provisions, security of remunerative employment in industry, peasant ownership, and a proud place for France in the parade of states. If this were given them, the people would not insist on determining measures or filling offices by a count of noses after a contest of words. In his laborious pursuit of those ends, and of his own power or glory, he would not long tolerate interference by lords of the rostrum or the pen. If these gentry could be quieted by prizes, pensions, or political plums, such sedatives would be provided. Otherwise, disturbers of the consular or imperial peace should be barred from publication, or from Paris or France. Unlimited freedom of the press, Napoleon wrote in 1802, would very soon re-establish anarchy in a country where all the elements for such a condition are already present. To watch public opinion, Napoleon, following directory precedents, ordered postmasters to open private mail, make note of hostile passages, reseal the envelopes, and send copies of the excerpts to himself or to the Black Cabinet in the General Post Office at Paris. He instructed his personal librarian to make and bring to him daily between 5 and 6 o'clock summaries of political material in current periodicals, to submit to me every 10 days an analysis of the brochures or books published within the previous 10 days, to report on the content and political tendencies of each play performed within 48 hours after its premiere, and every 1st and 6th day of the 10-day week, between 5 and 6 o'clock, he will submit to me a bulletin on the posters, placards, or advertisements that may be worthy of attention. He will also report on whatever has come to his knowledge and has been done or said in the various lycées, literary assemblies, sermons that might be of interest from the point of view of politics and morals. On January 17, 1800, again continuing directory custom, Napoleon ordered the suppression of 60 of the 73 newspapers then published in France. By the end of the year, only 9 survived, none of them radically critical. 3 hostile newspapers, he said, are more to be feared than 1,000 bayonets. Le Moniteur Universel regularly defended Napoleon's policies. Sometimes he composed articles, even book reviews for it, unsigned, but betraying their origin by their authoritative style. A wit renamed this government organ Le Menteur, Liar Universel. I want you to write to the editor of Le Journal des Débats, Le Publiciste, and La Gazette de France. These, I think, are the newspapers most widely read, in order to declare to them that the revolutionary times are over, and that there is but one single party in France, that I shall never tolerate newspapers that say or do anything against my interests, that they may publish a few little articles with just a little poison in them, but that one fine morning somebody will shut their mouths. On April 5, 1800, censorship was extended to the drama. The government argued that opinions individually and privately expressed might do little harm, but that the same opinions, when put into the mouth of a famous historical character and proclaimed from the stage with the force and eloquence of a popular actor, would have an influence explosively multiplied by the mutual reverberation of feelings and by the irresponsibility of individuals in a theatrical audience. The censorship excluded from public performances any criticism of monarchy and any praise of democracy. La Mort de César was banished from the boards because the audience applauded the speeches of Brutus against dictatorship. Finally, the state took control of all printing. It is very important that only those be allowed to print who have the confidence of the government. A man who addresses the public in print is like the man who speaks in public in an assembly. He can scatter inflammatory material and should be watched as a potential arsonist. Hence, every printer must submit to a censor every accepted manuscript, either before or while he prints it, and to secure the state's imprimatur, he must agree to delete objectionable matter or accept substitutions proposed by the government. Even after the censor has given his consent and the work has been printed, the Minister of Police is authorized to confiscate and even to completely destroy the published edition, no matter at what loss to the author or the publisher. It was in this prison of the mind that literature struggled to survive under Napoleon. The most heroic effort was made by a woman. 2. Madame de Staël, 1799 to 1817. 1. Napoleon's nemesis. The Committee of Public Safety had banished her from France. The Directory had reduced this to exclusion from Paris. The day after its fall, she hurried back to the capital on November 12, 1799, and took an apartment in the Rue de Grenelle in the fashionable Faubourg Saint-Germain. The new consular government, i.e. Napoleon, made no protest against her return. Soon she had opened a new salon, partly because conversing in Paris has always been to me the most fascinating of all pleasures, partly because she was determined to play a part in the direction of events. She did not admit that such a role was unbecoming a woman. It seemed to her quite becoming if the woman, like her, had both money and brains, and particularly becoming to the heiress of Jacques Necker, whom she considered the unappreciated hero of the Revolution. Incidentally, the government still owed him 20 million francs he had loaned it in 1789. Part of her resolve was to regain that sum for her father and her patrimony. Her ideal, like his, was a constitutional monarchy allowing freedom of press, worship, and speech, and protecting the property of the rich against the envy of the poor. In this sense, she felt that she was faithful to the Revolution as defined by the National Assembly of 1789-91. She scorned the regicides and welcomed to her salon her titled neighbors of the Faubourg, who daily prayed for a Bourbon restoration. Nevertheless, she centered her gatherings around Benjamin Constant, who was all for a republic, and who, as a member of the tribunate, opposed every move of Napoleon from consular to imperial power. She welcomed also the brothers of the first consul, for they too were uncomfortable under his growing authority. Indeed, most of the men of standing in the political and intellectual world of Paris in 1800 found their way to her soirees, eager to learn the latest political gossip, or to hear Madame sail off in such conversation as Paris had not heard from a woman since Madame du Deffand. Madame de Tessé declared, "If I were queen, I would order Madame de Staël to talk to me all the time." Germaine herself wrote that the necessity of conversation is felt by all classes in France. Speech is not there, as elsewhere, merely a means of communication. It is an instrument on which they are fond of playing. She did not at once oppose Napoleon. Indeed, if we may believe Bourrienne, she wrote him some flattering letters in the early consulate, even to offering herself to his service. But his resolute ignoring of her advances, his expanding censorship, his scorn of intellectuals in politics, his conception of women as breeders and charming toys not to be trusted with a thought, stung her to reply in kind. When he called her guests ideologues, she called him an ideophobe, and as her ire warmed, she described him as Robespierre on horseback, or as the bourgeois gentilhomme on the throne. On May 7, 1800, she moved her household and a small retinue of devotees to Coppet for the summer. Napoleon had left Paris the day before to cross the Alps and meet the Austrians at Marengo. Germaine later confessed, I could not help wishing that Bonaparte might be defeated, as that seemed the only means of stopping the progress of his tyranny. In the fall of the year, bored with Coppet and Mont Blanc, she returned to the capital, for she lived on conversation, and French conversation exists nowhere but in Paris. Soon she gathered a bevy of geniuses in her salon, and their predominating topic was Napoleon's dictatorship. "She carries a quiver full of arrows," he complained. "They pretend that she speaks neither of politics nor of me. But how, then, does it come to pass that all who see her like me less? Her home," he said at St. Helena, "became quite an arsenal against me. People went there to be dubbed knights in her crusade." Yet he admitted, "That woman teaches people to think who never took to it before, or have forgotten how." He felt that as a man seeking to pull France out of chaos by giving her an efficient administration, and meanwhile leading her armies to victory against hostile coalitions, he had the right to expect, and if necessary enforce, some unity of morale in the public, some coordination of the national spirit with the national will to defend France's new republic and its natural frontiers. But this woman gathered and united against him both the Royalists and the Jacobins, and comforted his enemies. Germaine's father here agreed with Napoleon. He reprimanded her for her persistent attacks upon the young dictator. Some dictatorship, he told her, was necessary in time of crisis or war. She replied that freedom was more important than victory. She encouraged Bernadotte in his opposition to Napoleon. She wrote some of the speeches that Constant made in the tribunate against Napoleon's encroachment upon the powers of the legislature. She and Bonaparte were expanding and inflammable egoists, and France was not large enough to house them both and keep them free. In the spring of 1801, Napoleon wrote to his brother Joseph, "Monsieur de Staël is in the most abject misery, and his wife gives dinners and balls." Joseph relayed the rebuke. Germaine went to Monsieur's rooms in the Place de la Concorde and found him in the last stages of paralysis. She attended to his care, and in May 1802 she took him with her when she left Paris for Switzerland. He died on the way and was buried in the cemetery of Coppet. In that year, increasingly excitable, Madame de Staël began to take opium. 2. The author. She was the greatest European authoress of her time, and the greatest French author, barring Chateaubriand. She had written 15 books, now forgotten, before 1800. In that year she offered a major work, De la littérature. Thereafter she produced 2 novels, Delphine, 1803, and Corinne, 1807, that made her famous throughout Europe. In 1810-13, she fought the battle of her life to publish her masterpiece, De l'Allemagne. At her death, she left another major work, Considérations sur la Révolution française, and Les 10 années d'exil. All of those here named were substantial and conscientious productions, some running to 800 pages. Madame de Staël worked hard, loved assiduously, and wrote passionately. She fought to the end, the strongest man of her time, and sadly triumphed in his fall. De la littérature considérée dans ses rapports avec les institutions sociales undertook a large and heroic theme. I propose to examine the influence of religion, morals, and laws upon literature, and the influence of literature upon religion, morals, and laws. It still breathes the spirit of the 18th century. Freedom of thought, the individual versus the state, the progress of knowledge and morals. Here is no supernatural myth, but faith in the spread of education, science, and intelligence. The first prerequisite of progress is the liberation of the mind from political control. With minds so freed, literature will embody, spread, and transmit the mounting heritage of the race. We must not expect art and poetry to progress like science and philosophy, for they depend chiefly on imagination, which is as keen and fertile in early as in later times. In the development of a civilization, art and poetry precede science and philosophy. So the age of Pericles preceded that of Aristotle, the Middle Ages preceded Galileo, the art of Louis XIV preceded the intellectual enlightenment. The progress of the mind is not continuous. There are retrogressions due to disturbances in nature or to the vicissitudes of politics. But even in the Middle Ages, science and scientific method advanced and made possible the appearance of Copernicus, Galileo, Bacon, and Descartes. In every age, philosophy represents the accumulation and substance of the intellectual heritage. Perhaps, she mused, philosophy will in some future era be sufficiently comprehensive and mature to be to us what Christian religion has been in the past. She defined les lumières philosophiques, philosophical enlightenment, as the appreciation of things according to reason, and only in the face of death did she waver from her faith in the life of reason. The triumph of the light, les lumières, has always been favorable to the greatness and betterment of mankind. But, she continues, having read Rousseau as well as Voltaire, the growth of the intellect is not enough. Knowledge is only one element in understanding. The other is feeling. There must be a sensitivity of the soul as well as of the senses. Without it, the soul would be a tabula mortua, a dead receiver of physical sensations. With it, the soul enters into the life of other living beings, shares their wondering and suffering, feels the soul within the flesh, the God behind the material world. From this viewpoint, the romantic literature of the misty North, Germany, Scandinavia, Great Britain, is as important as the classic literature of the sunny South, Greece and Italy. The poems of Ossian are as important as Homer's epics, and Werther was the greatest book of its time. Napoleon, in his youth, would have agreed with these evaluations, but he must have been disturbed by the author's view of the relations between literature and government. Democracies, she held, tend to subject writers and artists to popular tastes. Aristocracies lead them to write for an elite, encouraging deliberate thought and sobriety of form. Absolutism promotes art and science, thereby imposing itself through splendor and power, but it discountenances philosophy and historiography, for these make for a breadth and depth of view dangerous to dictatorship. Democracy stimulates literature and retards art. Aristocracies impose taste, but frown upon enthusiasm and originality. Absolute government stifles freedom, innovation, and thought. If France could have a constitutional government, reconciling order and liberty, she might combine the stimulations of democracy with the judicious restraints of lawful rule. All in all, this was a remarkable book for a woman of 34 years and several million francs. There are errors, of course, in these 600 pages, for when the mind outgrasps its reach, it is bound to risk a fall, though it may shake to the ground some elusive fruit. Madame was a bit vague in history and literature. She thought the Irish were Germans and that Dante was a minor poet. But she argued bravely for a liberal government and a reasonable Christianity, and she spilled 100 aperçus on her way. She foresaw that the development of statistics might make government more intelligent, and that political education might help prepare candidates for public office. She remarked prophetically that scientific progress makes moral progress a necessity, for if a man's power is increased, the checks that restrain him from abusing it must be strengthened. There is scarcely an idea of the 18th century which the book does not transmit, scarcely an idea of the 20th century which it does not contain in germ. She had written in this volume her lifelong plaint, that the entire social order is arrayed against a woman who wants to rise to a man's reputation in the realms of art and thought. Now she had to make an exception, for, as she wrote 21 years later, in the spring of 1800 I published my work on literature, and the success it met with restored me completely to favor with society. My drawing-room became again filled. The faint of heart, which shied away from her salon after Constant's blast against dictatorship, returned penitent and adulent, and the little corporal in the Tuileries had to admit that he had found a foe to match his mettle. In August 1802, Jacques Necker sent to Consul Lebrun les dernières vues de politique et de finance, his last views on politics and money. It excused the dictatorship of Napoleon, but as a necessary evil, presumably temporary. It warned against the continued concentration of power in the hands of the military. It expressed regret that the finances of the new government depended so heavily upon war indemnities, and it proposed a more liberal constitution of which Napoleon would be the guardian. Lebrun showed the book to Napoleon, who, already half imperial, resented the notion that he should reduce his power. Convinced that Madame de Staël had guided the pen of her father, he issued an order excluding her from Paris, i.e., in effect, closing her mischief-making salon. He forgot that she could write as well as speak. She spent the winter of 1802-3 in Geneva, but in December she again became the talk of Paris by publishing a novel, Delphine. No one reads it now. Everyone of literary or political consciousness read it then, for it was part of a virile struggle between a woman and her time. Delphine is a virtuous girl who longs and fears to yield. Otherwise, she is Madame de Staël. Léonce, equaling Narbonne, is a handsome aristocrat who loves Delphine but abstains from her because a rumor accuses her of affairs. He cannot risk his social standing by making her his wife. He marries Mathilde de Vernon, whose mother is a scheming witch who covers her lies with wit. Paris saw this lady as Talleyrand despite her skirts, and Talleyrand revenged himself by remarking of the masculine authoress that she had disguised both him and herself as women. Delphine, rejected, retires to a convent, where the abbess hurries her into a vow of lifelong chastity. When Léonce discovers her innocence, he thinks of divorcing his unresponsive wife and courting Delphine, but he hesitates to ruin his career by violating the Catholic code of irrefragable monogamy. Mathilde dies, a victim of dramatic convenience. Léonce persuades Delphine to elope with him and surrender to his passion. He deserts her, goes off to join the émigrés, is caught and condemned to death. Delphine, in love with his cruelty, rushes to save him, but arrives only in time to see him shot, whereupon she too falls dead. This absurd and typically romantic plot served the authoress as a podium from which to discuss the legitimacy of divorce, the bigotry of Catholicism — she had inherited Protestantism — the moral rights of women as against the double standard, and the validity of the individual conscience as against the honor code of a class. Her arguments were well received by the intelligentsia of Paris, but they did not please Napoleon, who was turning to Catholicism as a cure for the mental and moral turmoil of France. On October 13, 1803, he issued an order forbidding Madame de Staël to approach within 40 leagues of Paris. She thought it was just the right time to visit Germany. She had learned enough German to read it, though not to speak it. Why not now sample the music of Vienna, the wit of Weimar, and the Royal Society of Berlin? On November 8th, with son Auguste, daughter Albertine, 2 servants, and her now platonic Cavaliere Servente, Constant, she crossed the Rhine at Metz into Germany. 3. The Tourist. Her first impression at Frankfurt was hostile. All the men seemed fat, lived to eat, and ate to smoke. She found it difficult to breathe when they were near. They wondered at this proud woman who could not appreciate the Gemütlichkeit of their pipes. Goethe's mother wrote to him, "She oppressed me like a millstone. I avoided her wherever I could, refused all invitations to go to things she was to attend, and breathed more freely when she left." Germaine, with her retinue, hurried on to Weimar, where she found the atmosphere purified by poetry. The town was dominated by writers, artists, musicians, and philosophers. The court was judiciously and tolerantly led by Duke Charles Augustus, his wife, the Duchess Louise, and his mother, the Duchess Dowager Anna Amalie. These people were well educated. They smoked with discrimination, and nearly all of them spoke French. Moreover, many of them had read Delphine. Many more had heard of her war against Napoleon, and all noted that she had money and spent it. They feted her with dinners, theater parties, dances, and balls. They summoned Schiller to read scenes from Wilhelm Tell. They listened to her reciting long passages from Racine. Goethe, then at Jena, tried to play truant by pleading a cold. The Duke urged him to come to Weimar nevertheless. He came and conversed with Madame uncomfortably. He was alarmed by her frank warning that she intended to print her report of his remarks. She was disappointed to find that he was no longer Werther, having changed from a lover to a pontiff. He tried to confuse her with contradictions. My obstinate contrariness often drove her to despair, but it was then that she was most amiable, and that she displayed her mental and verbal agility most brilliantly. Fortunately for me, she recalled, Goethe and Wieland spoke French extremely well. Schiller struggled. She wrote of Schiller with affection, of Goethe with respect. He and Napoleon were the only men she had met who made her realize her limitations. Schiller was fatigued by the rapidity of her thought and speech, but he ended by being impressed. Satan, he wrote to a friend, has led me to the female French philosopher who, of all creatures living, is the most animated, the most ready for contest, the most fertile in words. But she is also the most cultivated, the most spirituelle, intellectually alert, of women, and if she were not really interesting, I would not be disturbed by her. Weimar breathed a sigh of relief when, after a 3-month stay, she left for Berlin. She found the mists of Berlin depressing after the brilliance of Weimar. The leaders of the Romantic movement in Germany were absent or dead. The philosophers were immured in distant universities, Hegel at Jena, Schelling at Würzburg. Germaine had to content herself with the king, the queen, and August Wilhelm von Schlegel, whose wide knowledge of languages and cultures delighted her. She engaged him to come with her to Coppet as tutor to her son Auguste. He agreed and fell in love with her at the worst possible time. At Berlin she received word that her father was dangerously ill. She hurried back to Coppet, but before reaching it she learned that he had died on April 9, 1804. It was a blow more desolating than any in her duel with Napoleon. Her father had been her moral as well as her financial mainstay. In her view, he had always been right and ever good, and not all her lovers could take his place. She found comfort in writing an idyll of adoration, Monsieur Necker's character and private life, and in beginning work on her masterpiece, De l'Allemagne. She inherited most of her father's fortune, and now had an income of 120,000 francs per year. In December she went to seek the sun in Italy. She took along her 3 children, Auguste, Albertine, and Albert, and Schlegel, who now tutored her also, for he found her poorly informed about Italian art. At Milan they were joined by a still better Baedeker, Jean-Charles Léonard de Sismondi, who was beginning to write his learned history of the Italian republics. He too fell in love with Germaine, or with her mind or her income, until, like Schlegel, he discovered that she never took a commoner seriously. Together they moved through Parma, Modena, Bologna, and Ancona to Rome. Joseph Bonaparte, always fond of her, had given her letters of introduction to the best society there. She was lionized by the aristocracy, but found the princes and princesses less interesting than the courtly cardinals, who, as men of the world, knew her books, her wealth, and her feud with Napoleon, and were not disturbed by her Protestant faith. She was received with an ovation and with improvised poetry and music into the Accademia dell'Arcadia. She used that experience in introducing Corinne. In June 1805 she was back in Coppet, soon again surrounded by lovers, friends, scholars, diplomats, Prince Esterhazy of Vienna, Claude Auchet of Napoleon's Council of State, even a ruler, the Elector of Bavaria. Coppet's was now a more famous salon than any in Paris. "I just returned from Coppet," wrote Charles Victor de Bonstetten, "and I feel completely stupefied and exhausted by the intellectual debauches. More wit is expended at Coppet in a single day than in many a country during a whole year." The assemblage was sufficiently numerous and talented to stage complete dramas. Germaine herself played the lead in Andromaque and Phèdre, and some guests thought her performances were surpassed only by the queens of the Paris stage. On other occasions there were recitals of music or poetry. 3 times a day the table was set, sometimes for 30 guests. 15 servants were kept busy, and in the gardens lovers might wander, and new friendships might be made. Germaine's time-beaten lovers, Montmorency, Constant, Schlegel, Sismondi, had cooled considerably, exhausted by her demand for obedient devotion, and she was warming herself with passion for Prosper de Durant. He was 23, she was 39, but her pace soon tired him, and he sought refuge in distance and the indecisiveness which she was satirizing in the Oswald of Corinne. That once famous novel was nearing completion, and called for a French printer who would need the imprimatur of Napoleon's police. Prosper's father, prefect of the department of Lehmann, assured Fouché that Madame had been reserved and circumspect for the past year. She received permission to spend the summer of 1806 at Auxerre, 120 miles from Paris. She took a villa there, and in the fall she was allowed to move to Rouen for the winter. Several of her friends visited her in these cities, and some of them expressed hope that Napoleon would at last meet defeat in the arduous campaign that made him and his army spend the winter in the freezing north. Napoleon's secret police opened Germaine's correspondence and informed him of these sentiments. On December 31st, he wrote angrily to Fouché, "Do not let that bitch of a Madame de Staël approach Paris. I know she is not far from it." Secretly and briefly, she stole into Paris sometime in the spring of 1807. Amid preparations for the Battle of Friedland, Napoleon wrote to Fouché on April 19th, "Among the 1,001 things concerning Madame de Staël that come into my hands, here is a letter from which you can see what a fine French woman we have there. It truly is difficult to restrain one's indignation at the spectacle of all the metamorphoses this whore, and an ugly one at that, is undergoing. I shall not tell you what projects this ridiculous coterie has already formed, in case by a happy accident I should be killed, since a police minister may be assumed to be informed of this." And on May 11th, again to Fouché, "This mad woman of a Madame de Staël writes me a 6-page letter in double Dutch. She tells me she has bought an estate in the valley of Montmorency, and draws the conclusion that this will entitle her to reside in Paris. I repeat to you that to leave such a hope to that woman is to torture her gratuitously. If I showed you the detailed evidence of everything she has done at her country place during the 2 months she resided there, you would be astonished. Indeed, although at 500 leagues from France, I know better what happens there than does my minister of police." So, on April 25th, 1807, Germaine unwillingly returned to Coppet. Constant, despite inconstancies, accompanied her part way, but diverged at Dole to stay with his ailing father. Arrived at Coppet, she sent Schlegel to tell Constant that unless he rejoined her soon she would kill herself. Benjamin knew that this classic threat was a siren, not a swan song, but he came and silently bore her reproaches. He had long since ceased to love her, but how can one tell the truth to one whose only answer consists in swallowing opium? On July 10th, Juliette Recamier came for a long visit. Germaine fell in love with her and decided to live. The police allowed Corinne to be printed, and its publication in the spring of 1807 gave its author a triumph that consoled her for Napoleon's victory at Friedland on June 14th. The government-sponsored reviews were hostile, but thousands of readers were charmed and said so. Today we are not enchanted by its form, an ecstatic romance interspersed with dull and dated essays on Italian scenery, character, religion, manners, literature, and art. And no one is thrilled by the hero's manly face — he turns out to be spineless — or the divine inspiration enthroned in the heroine's eyes. But in 1807, Italy was not yet an overwritten land, more familiar to us in history and art than our own. Romance was spreading its wings, romantic love was struggling to be freed from parental power, economic bonds, and moral taboos. The rights of women were beginning to find voice. Corinne had all these fascinations, embodied in a fair improvatrice who sings spontaneous poetry and strums a bewitching lyre. Corinne, in her prime, is visibly Germaine, with an Indian shawl twined about her lustrous black curls, her arms transcendently beautiful, her figure rather robust. Moreover, her conversation united all that is natural, fanciful, just, sublime, powerful, and sweet. Strange to say, the unsentimental emperor, stranded on St. Helena, took up the book and could not lay it down until he had read it to its end. 4. Understanding Germany. To the task of overthrowing Napoleon and managing a menagerie of geniuses and epicures, Madame now added the delicate enterprise of explaining Germany to France. Even while her newborn Corinne was battling for life against the subjugated press, she was hiding in her secret self a bold and massive opus on the land beyond the Rhine. To prepare herself conscientiously, she set out on another tour of Central Europe. On November 30th, 1807, she left Coppet with Albert, Albertine, Schlegel, and her valet Eugène, Joseph Eugène. At Vienna, she heard music by Haydn, Gluck, and Mozart, but left no mention of Beethoven. During 3 of 5 weeks in Austria, she carried on an amorous correspondence with an Austrian officer, Moritz O'Donnell, offered him money and marriage, lost him, and wrote to Constant letters of limitless devotion. My heart, my life, everything I have is yours, if you wish and as you wish. He contented himself by borrowing some of her money. At Teplitz and Pirna, she conferred with Friedrich von Gentz, an ardent anti-Bonaparte publicist. Learning of these meetings, Napoleon concluded that she was aiming to disrupt the peace that he had recently signed at Tilsit in July. At Weimar, she found neither Schiller, who had died in 1805, nor Goethe. She passed on to Gotha and Frankfurt. Then, suddenly ill and depressed, she hurried back to Coppet. Perhaps this intimation of mortality shared in her turn toward mysticism. Schlegel contributed to it, but a much stronger influence came from the ascetic Julie von Krudener and the lecherous dramatist Zacharias Werner, both of whom sojourned at Coppet in 1808. By October of that year, the guests and the language were predominantly German, and the Lumière of the Enlightenment had yielded to a mystic religion. There is no reality on this earth, Germaine wrote to O'Donnell, except religion and the power of love. All the rest is even more fugitive than life itself. It was in this mood that she wrote De l'Allemagne. By 1810 it was nearing completion, and she longed to be in Paris for its printing. She wrote humbly to Napoleon, telling him that 8 years' exile and misery modify all characters, and destiny teaches resignation. She proposed to go to the United States. She asked for a passport and permission for an interim stay in Paris. The passport was granted, the permission was not. Nevertheless, in April 1810, she moved with her family and Schlegel to Chaumont, near Blois, from which she superintended the printing of her 3-volume manuscript in Tours. In August, she moved to neighboring Fossé. The proofs of the first 2 volumes were submitted by Nicole, the printer, to the censors in Paris. They agreed to the publication after the deletion of a few unimportant sentences. Nicole printed 5,000 copies and sent advance copies to influential persons. On June 3rd, the sympathetic Fouché was dismissed as Minister of Police and was succeeded by the rigorous René Savary, Duc de Rovigo. On September 25th, Juliette Recamier brought to the censor the proofs of Volume 3 and to Queen Hortense a full set of proofs for transmission, with a letter from the authoress to the Emperor. Savary, apparently with Napoleon's approval, decided that the book was so unfavorable to France and its ruler that its distribution could not be allowed. He ordered the printer to suspend the publication, and on October 3rd sent a stern notice to Madame de Staël that she was to carry out at once her declared intention to go to America. On October 11th, a detachment of gendarmes entered the printer's plant, smashed the type plates, and carried away all obtainable copies of the volumes. These were later crushed into pulp. Other officers demanded the manuscript. Germaine gave them the original, but her son Auguste secreted and preserved a copy. The authoress reimbursed the printer for his losses and fled back to Coppet. On Germany, as published in 1813, is an earnest attempt to survey, with brevity and sympathy, every aspect of German civilization in the age of Napoleon. That a woman with so many cares and lovers should have found the leisure, the energy, and the competence for such an enterprise is one of the marvels of that exciting time. Through the Swiss internationalism in her background, through her marriage with a Holstein baron, through her Protestant heritage and her hatred of Napoleon, she was prepared to give Germany the benefit of nearly every doubt, to use its virtues as an indirect criticism of Napoleon and tyranny, and to present it to France as a culture rich in sentiment, tenderness, and religion, and therefore well suited to correct the intellectualism, cynicism, and skepticism then current in literate France. Strange to say, she did not care for Vienna, though like her it was both gay and sad, gay with wine and talk, sad with the mortality of love and the proliferation of Napoleon's victories. It was Catholic and Southern with music, art, and almost childlike faith. She was Protestant and Northern, heavy with food and sentiment, and floundering in philosophy. There was no Kant here, but there was Mozart. No ardor of controversy, no fireworks of wit, but there was the simple pleasure of friends and lovers, parents and children, promenading in the Prater and watching the Danube pass idly by. Even the Germans disconcerted her. Stoves, beer, and the smoke of tobacco surround all the common folk with a thick and hot atmosphere from which they are never inclined to escape. She deplored the monotonous simplicity of German dress, the complete domestication of the men, the readiness to submit to authority. The separation into classes is more distinct in Germany than anywhere else. Everybody keeps his rank, his place, as if it were his established post. She missed, in Germany, that cross-fertilization of aristocrats, authors, artists, generals, politicians, which she had found in French society. Hence, the nobles have few ideas, the men of letters have too little practice in affairs. The ruling class remains feudal, the intellectual class loses itself in airy dreams. Here Madame quoted Jean-Paul Richter's famous epigram, "The empire of the seas belongs to the English, that of the land to the French, and that of the air to the Germans." She added, pertinently, "The extension of knowledge in modern times serves to weaken the character when it is not strengthened by the habit of business and the exercise of the will." She admired the German universities as then the best in the world, but she deplored the German language with its massing of consonants, and she resented the length and structure of the German sentence, which kept the decisive verb to the end, and so made interruption difficult. Interruptions, she felt, were the life of conversation. She found too little in Germany of the lively but polite debate characteristic of Parisian salons. This, she thought, was due to lack of a national capital which could bring the country's wits together, and partly to the German habit of sending the women away from the dinner table when the men proposed to smoke and talk. At Berlin, the men rarely converse except with each other. The military condition gives them a sort of rudeness which prevents them from taking any trouble about the society of women. In Weimar, however, the ladies were cultured and amorous, the soldiers minded their manners, and the Duke realized that his poets were giving him a niche in history. The literary men of Germany form in many respects the most distinguished assemblage which the enlightened world can present to us. Our guide had some trouble appreciating the nuances of German poetry, and even of German prose. She was accustomed to French clarity, and found Teutonic depth a learned obscurity. But she took the side of the Germans in the Romantic revolt against classical models and restraints. She defined the classical style as one based upon the classics of ancient Greece and Rome. Romantic literature, by contrast, rose out of Christian theology and sentiment, spread its roots in the poetry of the troubadours, the legends of chivalry, the myths and ballads of the early medieval North. Basically, perhaps, the division lay in the classic subordination of the self to reality and the romantic subordination of reality to the self. For this reason, Madame de Staël welcomed German philosophy despite its difficulty, for, like herself, it put the emphasis on the self. It saw in consciousness a miracle greater than all the revolutions of science. She rejected the psychology of Locke and Condillac, which reduced all knowledge to sensations, and so made all ideas the effects of external objects. This, she felt, led inevitably to materialism and atheism. In one of the longest chapters in her book, she attempted, with modest disclaimers, to state the essence of Kant's critiques. They restored the mind as an active participant in the conception of reality, free will as an active element in the determination of actions, and moral conscience as a basic ingredient in morality. By these theorems, she felt, Kant had with a firm hand separated the different empires of the soul and the senses, and so had established the philosophical basis of Christianity as an effective moral code. Though she had made a shambles of the Sixth Commandment, Madame was convinced that no civilization could survive without morality, and no moral code could dispense with religious belief. Reasoning about religion, she argued, is a treacherous procedure. Reason does not give happiness in place of that which it takes away. Religion is the solace of misery, the wealth of the poor, the future of the dying. Here the Emperor and the Baroness agreed. So she preferred the active Protestantism of Germany to the pretended Catholicism of upper-class France. She thrilled to the mighty hymns that resounded from German throats in choirs, homes, and streets, and she frowned upon the French way of watching the stock exchange and leaving the poor to attend to God. She had a good word to say for the Moravian brethren. Her final chapter was a plea for a mystic enthusiasm, an inner sense of an omnipresent God. All in all, allowing for limitations imposed by temperament and time, On Germany was one of the outstanding books of the age, a heady leap from Corinne to Kant, and Napoleon would have been wise to disarm it with faint praise, as being excellent for a woman with no sympathy for the problems of government. She had strongly censured censorship, but to deny the book to France was to illustrate and strengthen her case. She had on many pages praised Germany at the expense of France, but she had often praised France at the expense of Germany, and 100 pages revealed her love for her native and forbidden land. She had dealt lightly with abstruse subjects, but she had aimed to interest a wide audience in France and thereby promote international understanding. She asked for a cross-fertilization of cultures which would have helped Napoleon's union of the Rhenish Confederation with France. She wrote intelligently, sometimes wittily, adorning her pages with illuminating perceptions and ideas. Ultimately, she revealed Germany to France, as Coleridge and Carlyle were soon to reveal it to England. "This book," said Goethe, "ought to be considered as a powerful engine which made a wide breach in that Chinese wall of antiquated prejudice which divided the two countries, so that beyond the Rhine, and afterward beyond the Channel, we Germans became better known, a fact that could not fail to procure for us a great influence over all Western Europe." She was a good European. 5. Imperfect victory. Only another author can understand what it meant to Germaine de Staël that the culminating production of her life and thought had to remain hidden in the recesses of Coppet, apparently as dead as a child stifled at birth. She discovered that her home was surrounded by agents of the Emperor, that some of her servants had been bribed to report on her, and that any friend who dared visit her would be marked for imperial revenge. Notables whose lives and fortunes had been saved by her during the Revolution took care not to come near her now. She had two consolations. In 1811, she met Albert Jean Roca, then close to 23 years old, a second lieutenant wounded in battle, permanently lamed, and suffering from tuberculosis. He fell in love with the heroic Germaine, who was then 45, physically unprepossessing, morally imperfect, intellectually brilliant, and not without financial charm. John besieged her and gave her a child. Germaine welcomed the new love as defying and delaying old age. The other solace was her hope that if she could get to Sweden or England, she might find a publisher for her hidden masterpiece. But she could not get to Sweden through any country under Napoleon's power. She resolved to take her manuscript secretly through Austria, then up through Russia to St. Petersburg, and thence to Stockholm, where Prince Bernadotte would help her. It was no easy matter for her to abandon the home that she had made famous, and the grave of her mother, whom she could now forgive, and of the father who still seemed to her to have been a political sage and a financial saint. On April 7, 1812, she gave birth to Roca's boy, who was sent to a nurse for safekeeping. On May 23, 1812, eluding all spies, and accompanied or followed by her daughter Albertine, her 2 sons, her old lover Schlegel, and her new lover Roca, she left for Vienna, hoping to secure there a passport to Russia, and then to find her way to St. Petersburg and the handsome, chivalrous, and liberal Tsar. On June 22nd, Napoleon, with 500,000 men, crossed the Nieman into Russia, hoping to find there a beaten and penitent Tsar. Germaine told the story of this trip in her 10 Years of Exile. Contemplating now that strange conjunction of wills and events, one wonders at the courage that took this harassed woman through 1,000 obstacles and a supposedly barbarous people to reach Zhytomyr in Polish Russia, only 8 days ahead of Napoleon's troops. She hurried on to Kiev, and thence to Moscow, where, challenging fate, she lingered to visit the Kremlin, to hear the church music, to visit the local leaders in science and literature. Then, a month before Napoleon's arrival, she left Moscow via Novgorod for St. Petersburg. Everywhere in the cities on her route, she was received as a distinguished ally in the war against the invader. She flattered the Tsar as the hope of European liberalism. Together they planned to make Bernadotte King of France. In September she reached Stockholm, where she helped to bring Bernadotte into the coalition against Napoleon. After a stay of 8 months in Sweden, she crossed the sea to England. London acclaimed her as the first woman of Europe. Byron and other notables came to pay their respects, and she had no difficulty in arranging with Byron's publisher, John Murray, to issue her long-delayed volumes to the world in October 1813. She remained in England while the Allies broke Napoleon at Leipzig, marched into Paris, and put Louis XVIII on the throne. Then, May 12, 1814, she hurried across the Channel, restored her salon in Paris after 10 years of exile, and played host to dignitaries from a dozen lands: Alexander, Wellington, Bernadotte, Canning, Talleyrand, Lafayette. Constant rejoined her, and Madame Récamier shone again. Germaine urged Alexander to remember his liberal pronouncements. Alexander and Talleyrand persuaded Louis XVIII to grant to his recaptured subjects a bicameral constitution based on the British model. At last Montesquieu had his way. But Madame did not like the word grant. She wanted the king to recognize the sovereignty of the people. In July 1814 she went back to Coppet, triumphant and proud, but feeling the nearness of death. Her adventures, her battles, even her victories, had brought her amazing vitality close to exhaustion. Nevertheless, she devotedly tended the dying Roca, arranged for the marriage of her daughter to the Duc de Broglie, and began to write her brilliant swan song, the 600-page Considérations sur les principaux événements de la Révolution française. The first part was a defense of Necker and all his policies. The second excoriated the despotism of Napoleon. After his seizure of the government, his every move seemed to her an advance toward tyranny, and his wars were props and excuses for absolutism. Before Stendhal, long before Taine, she likened Napoleon to the Italian despots of the 14th and 15th centuries. He had read and accepted Machiavelli's principles of government without feeling a comparable love for his country. France was not really his fatherland. It was his stepping stone. Religion was to him not the humble acceptance of a supreme being, but an instrument for the conquest of power. Men and women were not souls, but tools. He was not sanguinary, but he was ever indifferent to the carnage of victory. He had the brutality of a condottiere, never the manners of a gentleman. And this crowned vulgarian made himself the judge and censor of all speech and thought, of the press that was the last refuge of liberty, and of the salons that were the citadels of the free mind of France. He was not the son of the revolution, but if he was also its parasite. When she learned that a plan was forming to kill the dethroned emperor, she hurried to notify his brother Joseph and offered to go to Elba and protect her fallen foe. Napoleon sent her a word of appreciation. When he returned from Elba and regained France without a blow, she could not help admire his courage. "I will not abandon myself to declamations against Napoleon. He did what was natural for the restoration of his throne, and his march from Caen to Paris was one of the greatest conceptions of audacity that can be cited from history." After Waterloo, she withdrew at last from the political arena. She did not relish the occupation of France by foreign troops, nor the rush of the old nobility to regain land, wealth, and power. However, she was glad to receive from Louis XVIII the 20 million francs owed to Necker or his heirs for his loan to the French treasury. On October 10, 1816, she was privately married to Rocca. On October 16th, though both were ailing, they went to Paris, and Germaine reopened her salon. It was her final triumph. The most famous names in Paris came: Wellington from England, Blücher and Wilhelm von Humboldt from Prussia, Canova from Italy. There Chateaubriand began his idyll with Madame Récamier. But Germaine's health was fast failing, and her disillusionment with the Restoration grew as the Royalists undertook to eliminate from the political life of France every vestige of the Revolution. This was not the dream that she had dreamed. Her considération defined despotism as the union of both the executive and the legislative powers in one person, and it insisted on a National Assembly fully elected by a sovereign people. She did not live to see that book published. Her body, weakened with passions, poisoned with drugs, winning sleep only through increasing doses of opium, broke down in its attempt to support her mind. On February 21, 1817, as she was mounting the stairs at a reception given by one of Louis XVIII's ministers, she swayed and fell, paralyzed by a cerebral stroke. For 3 months she lay on her back, unable to move but able to talk, and sensitive to a host of pains. At her urging, her daughter took over the role of hostess in the salon. "I have always been the same, intense and sorrowful," she told Chateaubriand. "I have loved God, my father, and liberty." She died on July 14, 1817, the anniversary of the Bastille. She was not yet 51. 4 years later, her great enemy died, not yet 52. We can agree with Macaulay that she was the greatest woman of her time, and the greatest name in French literature between Rousseau and Chateaubriand. Her work ranked higher in aim and range than in literary art, and her thought was more pervasive than profound. She shared many qualities with her chosen foe: forceful personality, courage against odds, domineering spirit, pride of power, and intolerance of dissent. But she lacked his realistic mind, and her imagination, as seen in her novels, was romantically childish compared with the reach of his political dreams. Let him sum her up from the perspective of his island isolation. "The home of Madame de Staël became a veritable arsenal against me. To her came many to be armed as her knights in her war. And yet, after all, it is only true to say that she was a woman of very great talent, of high distinction, and of great strength of character. She will endure." 3. Benjamin Constant, 1767 to 1816. There were 2 Constants in Napoleon's stormy life: Very Constant, his valet, who wrote about the great dictator's private life, voluminous memoirs disproving an old adage, and Benjamin Constant de Rebecque, who, born in Switzerland, educated in a dozen cities, and finally embattled in France, so littered his life with unpaid debts, discarded mistresses, and political somersaults that it would hardly be profitable to dally with him here had he not come close to history in many frays, been loved to distraction by notable women, and been able to describe his faults with such eloquence, subtlety, and impartiality as might help us to understand our own. He chronicled his first 20 years of life in a cahier rouge or red notebook, the next 20 in a short novel, Adolphe, and the years 1804 to 16 in a journal intime that ranges from Paris to Coppet to Weimar to London with arresting snatches of history, literature, psychology, and philosophy. Only Adolphe was published in his lifetime, London 1816. The journal remained in manuscript till 1887, the cahier till 1907. These scattered members, with 1,000 contemporary references, constitute Constant today. He came of a titled Swiss-German family that traced its pedigree through 800 years. We need go back no further than his father, who was so occupied with his own sins that he had little time left to supervise his sons. Baron Arnauld Just Constant de Rebec was an officer in a Swiss regiment serving the States General of the Netherlands. He was handsome, well-read, a friend of Voltaire. Early in 1767 he married Henriette de Chandieu, of French Huguenot extraction. She was then 25, he was 40. On October 25th at Lausanne, she gave birth to Benjamin. A week later she died, the first of many women who suffered from his irregularities. The father entrusted the boy to various tutors, carelessly chosen. One tried by beatings and fondlings to make the boy an infant prodigy in Greek. When the beatings endangered Benjamin's health, he was transferred to a second tutor, who took him to a brothel in Brussels. His third tutor gave him a good knowledge of music, and for the rest relied on him to educate himself through reading. Benjamin read 8 or 10 hours a day, permanently injuring his eyes and his faith. He spent a year at the University of Erlangen. Then he was transferred to Edinburgh, where he felt the final flurry of the Scottish Enlightenment. But there, too, he took to gambling, which became second only to sex in disordering his life. After adventures in Paris and Brussels, he settled in Switzerland and began to write a history of religion with a view to demonstrating the superiority of paganism to Christianity. He passed from woman to woman, from casino to casino, until at last his father arranged in 1785 to have him live in Paris with the family of Jean-Baptiste Soir, a literary critic of learning and goodwill. I was received with full acceptance by his set. My wit, which at that time entirely lacked solidity and accuracy, had an amusingly epigrammatic turn. My learning, which was very desultory but superior to that of most of the men of letters of the rising generation, and the originality of my character all seemed novel and interesting. When I remember the kind of things I used to say at that time, and the convinced disdain that I showed toward everyone, I am at a loss to know how I could have been tolerated. In 1787 he met the first woman of superior intelligence whom I had hitherto known. Zélide, i.e. Isabella van Tuyl, had been the difficult pièce de résistance in Boswell's Holland days. She had rejected him and others to marry her brother's tutor, and was now living with him in resigned discontent in the town of Colombier, near the lake of Neuchâtel. When Constant came upon her, she was in Paris, seeing her novel Caliste through the press. She was 47, but she had for the 19-year-old philanderer the charm of a woman still physically stimulating and intellectually brilliant and blasé to a degree that made his own proud sophistication seem sophomorically juvenile. I still remember with emotion the days and nights we spent together, drinking tea and talking with inexhaustible ardor on every possible subject. When she returned to Colombier, he took up his own dwelling in nearby Lausanne. Her husband mistakenly believed that the disparity of their ages would limit Zélide and Constant to friendship. She set herself zealously to educating Benjamin in the wiles of women and the lies of men. We intoxicated one another with our jests and our scorn of the human race. His father interrupted this semi-intellectual diversion by sending him to Brunswick to serve as a court functionary to the Duke, who was soon to lead an army against the French Revolution. Between ceremonies, he fell into the tender trap of the Baroness Wilhelmina von Kram, married her on May 8, 1789, found husbandry duller than philandering, concluded that Minna loved cats, dogs, birds, friends, and a lover more than her lawful mate, and sued for divorce. Feeling heart-free, he developed a passion for Charlotte von Hardenberg, wife of Baron von Marenholtz. She refused Benjamin the consolation of adultery, but offered to marry him as soon as she could divorce the Baron. Frightened by the thought of another marriage, Constant fled to Lausanne in 1793 and Colombier, where Zélide resumed his education. He was now 26 years old, and she felt that he should sacrifice the zest of variety for rest in unity. She told him, "If I knew a young and robust person who would love you as much as I do, and who is no more stupid than I am, I would have the generosity to say, 'Go to her.'" To her surprise and indignation, he soon found a young and robust person. On September 28, 1794, on the road between Nyon and Coppet, Benjamin met Germaine de Staël, aged 28, jumped into her carriage, and began a 15-year comedy of vows, tears, and words. He had never known a woman with an intellect so enriched, a will so strong, passions and sentiments stronger still. Against these powers he was all weakness, for he had lost character through a permissive and fragmented youth, and had reduced his natural vitality through physiological campaigns without dignity or growth. Here, too, his ready triumph was a defeat, for though she accepted him as a lover, and allowed him to believe that he had fathered Albertine, she persuaded him to sign with her, at an unknown date, an oath of allegiance, which, aided by his debts to her, kept him in psychological bondage even after both of them had taken other mates to their beds. "We promise to consecrate our lives to each other. We declare that we regard ourselves as indissolubly bound to each other, that we will share forever and in every respect a common destiny, that we will never enter into any other bond, and that we shall strengthen the bonds now uniting us as soon as lies within our powers. I declare that I am entering into this engagement with a sincere heart, that I know nothing on earth as worthy of love as Madame de Staël, that I have been the happiest of men during the 4 months I have spent with her, and that I regard it as the greatest happiness in my life to be able to make her happy in her youth, to grow old peacefully by her side, and to reach my term together with the soul that understands me, and without whose presence life on this earth would hold no more interest for me. Benjamin Constant." He followed her to Paris in 1795, merged his politics with hers, supported the Directory, accepted Napoleon's coup d'etat as necessitated by the condition of France, and served as spokesman for her as well as himself when, nominated by Napoleon, he became a member of the tribunate. But as soon as the first consul gave signs of desiring absolute power, the lovers jointly opposed him, she in her salon, he in his maiden speech on January 5, 1800, which demanded the right of the tribunate to unshackled discussion. He won reputation as a forceful orator, but was marked for replacement as soon as the time should come in 1802 for the tribunate's periodic cleansing. When the lovers nevertheless carried on their war, Napoleon banished them from Paris. Constant went with her to Coppet, though their relations had apparently cooled to a platonic calm. "I need women," he told himself, "and Germaine is not sensual." He offered to marry her. She refused, saying that this would sacrifice her rank and her daughter's marital prospects. In September 1802, she fell in love with Camille Jordan and invited him to accompany her to Italy, all expenses paid, vowing to "forget everything with you, whom I love profoundly." Jordan refused. In April 1803, Constant left Coppet for an estate he had bought near Maffliers, some 30 miles from Paris. In the fall, Germaine, risking Napoleon's ire, moved with her family to a country house in Maffliers. When Napoleon heard of this, he bade her obey his order of banishment to 120 miles from Paris. She preferred to visit Germany. Constant, resenting the consul's severity and touched by Germaine's grief, decided to accompany her. He helped her and her children through the hardships of travel, rejoiced when he reached Weimar, and settled down there to work on his history of religion. On January 22, 1804, he began to keep a journal intime with a buoyant entry, "I have just arrived in Weimar. I count on remaining some time, for there I shall find libraries, serious conversation after my taste, and above all, peace for my work." Some further entries reveal his mental growth. January 23rd. "I am working little and badly, but in revenge I have seen Goethe. Finesse, pride, physical sensitivity to the point of suffering, a remarkable spirit, a fine countenance, a figure slightly deteriorated. After dinner I chat with Wieland, a French soul, cold like a philosopher, light like a poet. Herder is like a warm, soft bed where one has agreeable dreams. January 27th. Johannes von Müller, the Swiss historian, has explained to me his plan for a universal history. With him, an interesting question arose: the creation or non-creation of the world. According to how we decide this question, the course of the human race will appear diametrically opposite. If creation, deterioration. If no creation, amelioration. February 12th. Have reread Goethe's Faust, Part 1. It is in derision of mankind and all scientists. The Germans find in it an unprecedented profundity, but as for me, I prefer Candide. February 26th. A visit to Goethe. February 27th. An evening with Schiller. February 28th. Supper with Schiller and Goethe. I know no one in the world who has so much humor, gaieté, refinement, force, and range of spirit as Goethe. February 29th. I depart tomorrow for Leipzig, and I do not leave Weimar without sadness. I have passed here 3 months very pleasantly. I have studied, lived secure, suffered little. I do not ask for more. March 3rd. I visit the museum at Leipzig. The library has 80,000 volumes. Why should I not remain here and work? March 10th. I have bought 6 louis, approximately $150, of German books. He left Madame de Staël at Leipzig and made his way down to Lausanne to visit with his relatives. He arrived just in time to learn that Germaine's father had died. This good Monsieur Necker, so noble, so affectionate, so pure, he loved me. Who now will guide his daughter? He rushed back to Germany, hoping to break the news to her gently. He knew that this loss would overwhelm her. He came back with her to Coppet and stayed with her till she had raised her head again. She needed him most in those days when he was longing to part from her, to be free to pursue his own political and personal career without tying it to her interest. He felt that he had ruined his political prospects by becoming a lieutenant in her war against Napoleon. In April 1806, his diary analyzed his malady of will. I always incline to break with Madame de Staël, but every time I feel this way, the next morning finds me in a contrary mood. Meanwhile, her impetuosities and imprudences keep me in torment and perpetual danger. We must part. It is my sole chance for a peaceful life. A month later, his journal records, "In the evening a terrible scene, horrible, senseless, atrocious words. She is mad or I am crazy. How will it end?" Like so many authors unable to handle life, he took refuge in telling his side of the story in a fiction carefully disguised but transparently confessional. Hot with resentment of Germaine's domination and reproaches, angry at his own weak-willed hesitations, he wrote in 15 days, in January 1807, and 100 pages, the first psychological novel of the 19th century, more probing and subtle than most, and merciless to both woman and man. Adolphe traced the fictional author's aimless youth, his fragmentary education, his hasty and superficial amours, his eager reading, which replaced his faith with a cynicism that gnawed at the meaninglessness of his life. He brought his odyssey of irresponsible loves to a climactic catastrophe in the story of Eleanor, a noble woman who had sacrificed home, honor, and future to be the mistress of Count P. Adolphe notes the way in which society, founding its order and stability on laws and customs, checking unsocial desires, punishes with gossip and contumely the woman, much less the man, who violates those protective norms. His pity for the ostracized Eleanor, his admiration for her courage, turn easily into love, or perhaps to the secret desire for one more conquest to sustain his pride. Just when his ardor is cooling to controllability, she yields to him, leaves the Count and his money, takes a modest apartment, and tries to live on Adolphe's visits and funds. His interest in the surrendered citadel declines as her devotion mounts. He tries to break away from her, She reproaches him. Finally, they quarrel and part. She leaves him and wastes away in poverty and lack of will to live. He rejoins her only to have her die in his arms. Constant had sought to conceal any key that would unveil his fictional characters as denizens of Coppet. He had made his heroine Polish and submissive, and had made her die in despair. Nevertheless, all who became acquainted with the book and its author identified him with Adolphe and Madame de Staël with Eleanore. Constant refrained for 9 years from publishing his book, but, vanity dulling caution, he read portions, sometimes all of the manuscript, to friends, and at last to Germaine herself, who fainted at its end. Constant had received some passing strength by the return into his life of Charlotte von Hardenberg. She had divorced her first husband and was tiring of the second, the Vicomte du Tertre. Now she resumed her interrupted liaison with Constant. They were married on June 5, 1808, but when Benjamin, to quiet Madame de Staël, returned to servitude at Coppet, Charlotte went back to Germany. Not till Madame discovered a new lover in John Roca in 1811 did Constant feel free. He went with Charlotte to live near Göttingen, and, helped by the university library, renewed his labor on his history of religion. The next 2 years were probably the happiest in his life. But happiness was uncongenial to him. When, in January 1813, he heard from the Comte de Narbonne a first-hand story of Napoleon's disaster in Russia, and sensed the nearness of Napoleon's fall, his old restlessness returned. "Must I always be a spectator?" he asked himself in his journal. As the victorious Allies drove Napoleon back to the Rhine, Constant went to Hanover, met Bernadotte there, and was persuaded by him to write a pamphlet, Esprit de Conquête, ascribing the collapse of France to Napoleon's despotism. Published in Hanover in January 1814, at the height of the Allied push into France, it made him persona grata with the Allied leaders, and he followed their armies into Paris in April 1814 in hopes of a personal restoration. He visited Madame de Staël's revived salon, and found that she had lost all interest in him. Since Charlotte was still in Germany, he announced in his journal on August 31, 1814, that he had fallen in love with Madame Récamier, whose strategy of trembling but impregnable virginity he had long ridiculed. He confided to the Duc de Broglie that he had tried to sell his soul to the devil in exchange for the body of Juliette Récamier. As she had been an ardent supporter of the Bourbons, she feared for her safety when she learned that Napoleon had escaped from Elba and had landed at Cannes. She inspired Constant to publish in the Journal de Paris on March 6, 1815, a call to the people of France to rise against the usurper. Napoleon promises peace, but his very name is a signal for war. He promises victory, yet 3 times, in Egypt, Spain, and Russia, he deserted his armies like a coward. La Récamier had lit in the inflammable Constant a fire that seemed to be burning all bridges behind him. On March 19th, he proclaimed in the Journal des Débats that he was ready to die for the restored king. That night, Louis XVIII fled to Ghent. The next day, Napoleon entered Paris. Constant hid in the United States Embassy. Napoleon issued a general amnesty. Constant emerged from hiding. On March 30th, Joseph Bonaparte assured him that the emperor was in a forgiving mood. On April 14th, Napoleon received him and asked him to draft a liberal constitution. Napoleon revised the draft considerably and then proclaimed it as the new charter of the French government. Constant was dizzy with glory. On June 20th, while he was reading Adolphe to Queen Hortense, the Duc de Rovigo entered to tell her that Napoleon had been defeated at Waterloo 2 days before. On July 8th, Louis returned to the Tuileries. Constant sent him a humble apology. The king, judging him to be a wayward, irresponsible adolescent who wrote excellent French, issued a pardon that surprised everyone. All Paris shunned Constant and spun puns around his name. He wrote to Madame Récamier, forgiving her for having ruined my career, my future, my reputation, and my happiness. In October, he left for Brussels, where he rejoined the patient Charlotte. Early in 1816, they crossed to England, where he had Adolphe published. In September, he returned with his wife to Paris, plunged into politics, and began a new career. 4. Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1815. 1. Youth. For his French contemporaries, François-René de Chateaubriand was the greatest writer of the time. Le plus illustre, said Sainte-Beuve in 1849, de nos écrivains modernes. And another paragon of literary learning, Émile Faguet, wrote about 1887, forgetting Voltaire, Chateaubriand is the greatest date in the history of French literature since the Pléiades, circa 1550. Nearness lends enchantment to the view. Certainly his reign over French letters had been equaled only by Voltaire's. His ascendancy marked the triumph of religion over philosophy, just as Voltaire's had meant the triumph of philosophy over religion, and he lived long enough to see unfaith reborn. So one mood, passionately sustained, wears out its welcome, begets its opposite, and is revived across the generations through the embattled immoderation of mankind. My life and drama, he wrote, is divided into 3 acts. From my early youth until 1800, I was a soldier and traveler. From 1800 till 1814, under the Consulate and the Empire, my life was devoted to literature. From the Restoration to the present day, 1833, my life has been political. There would be a 4th and subsiding act, 1834 to 48, in which the triple hero was to be a living but fragile memory, sustained by kindly women, but fading in the mist of time. My name was first written Briand, then Briand. About the beginning of the 11th century, the Briand gave their name to an important chateau in Brittany, and this chateau became the seat of the barony of Chateaubriand. When the proud family lost almost everything but its chateau and its pride, the father went to America and made a modest fortune. Returning, he married Apolline de Bédet, who gave him so many children that he withdrew into a somber introversion, which passed down to his last and only remembered son. The mother soothed her labors and illnesses with an intense piety. 4 of her children died before René was born on September 4th, 1768, at Saint-Malo on the Channel coast. He later remarked that, after being born oneself, I know no greater misfortune than that of giving birth to a human being. His sister Lucille, ever ailing, mingled her mal de vie with his in an intimacy so intense that it left them cold to marriage. The fog coming from the Channel, and the waves that beat upon their island and home, added to their somber spirit, but became dear in memory. When he was 9, the family moved to an estate in Combourg, which brought with it the title of Comte, and made René a Vicomte. Now he was sent to a school at nearby Dole, taught by priests who, at his mother's urging, sought to inspire in him a vocation to the priesthood. They gave him a good grounding in the classics. Soon he was making his own translations from Homer and Xenophon. In my 3rd year at Dole, chance put into my hands an unexpurgated Horace. I obtained insight into charms of an unknown nature in a sex in which I had seen only a mother and sisters. My terror of the infernal shades affected me both morally and physically. I continued in my innocence to fight against the storms of a premature passion and the terrors of superstition. His sexual energy, without any known contact with the other sex, developed in him an image of an idealized woman, to whom he became mystically devoted, with an intensity that may have diverted him from a normal development. As the time for his first communion neared, he feared to admit his secret agitations to his confessor. When he found courage to do so, and the kindly priest gave him comfort and absolution, he felt the joy of the angels. The next day I was admitted to the sublime and moving ceremony which I vainly endeavored to describe in Le Génie du Christianisme. The real presence of the victim in the Blessed Sacrament on the altar was as manifest to me as my mother's presence by my side. I felt as though a light had been kindled within me. I trembled with veneration. 3 months later he left the Collège de Dole. The memory of these obscure teachers will always be dear to me. That exaltation subsided as his reading raised questions to his faith. He confessed to his parents that he felt no vocation to the priesthood. At 17 he was sent for 2 years to the Collège de Rennes to fit him for appointment to the Naval Guard at Brest. In 1788, aged 20, he reported there for tests, but the prospects of life and discipline in the French Navy so frightened him that he returned to his parents at Combourg, and, perhaps to quiet their reproaches, agreed to enter the Collège de Dinan and prepare for the priesthood. The truth is that I was only trying to gain time, for I did not know what I wanted. Finally, he joined the army as a commissioned officer. He was presented to Louis XVI, hunted with him, and saw the taking of the Bastille. He sympathized with the revolution until in 1790 it abolished all ranks, titles, and feudal rights. When his regiment voted to join the Revolutionary Army, he resigned his commission, and, fortified by a modest income left him at his father's death, he left on April 4, 1791, for the United States. He announced that he would try to find a northwest passage through Arctic America. I was an ardent freethinker at the time. He reached Baltimore, July 11, 1791, drove to Philadelphia, dined with President Washington, amused him with his grandiose plans, made his way to Albany, hired a guide, bought 2 horses, and rode proudly westward. He marveled at the grandeur of the scenery, which mingled mountains, lakes, and streams under a summer sun. He reveled in these open spaces and their natural art as a refuge from civilization and its cares. He recorded his experiences in a journal which he later polished and published as Voyage en Amérique, and which already displayed the scented beauty of his style. Liberté primitive, je te retrouve enfin. Je passe comme cet oiseau qui vole devant moi, qui se dirige au hasard et n'est embarrassé qu'au choix des ombrages. Me voilà tel que le Tout-Puissant m'a créé, souverain de la nature, porté triomphant sur les eaux, tandis que les habitants de fleuves accompagnant ma course, que les peuples de l'air me chantent leur hymne, que les bêtes de la terre me saluant, que les forêts courbant leurs cimes sur mon passage. Est-ce sur le front de l'homme de la société, ou sur le mien qu'est gravé le sceau immortel de notre origine? Courez-vous enfermer dans vos cités? Allez-vous soumettre à vos petites lois? Gagnez votre pain à la sueur de votre front, ou dévorez le pain du pauvre? Égorgez-vous pour un mot, pour un maître? Doutez de l'existence de Dieu, ou adorez-le sous les formes superstitieuses? Moi, j'irai errant dans mes solitudes. Pas un seul battement de mon cœur ne sera comprimé. Pas un seul de mes pensées ne sera enchaîné. Je serai libre comme la nature. Je ne reconnaîtrai de souverain que celui qui alluma la flamme des soleils et qui, d'un seul coup de sa main, fit rouler tous les mondes. Primitive liberty, I recover you at last. I pass like this bird that flies before me, which guides itself by free chance, and knows no embarrassment except in the choice of shade. Here I am as the Almighty made me, sovereign of nature, carried triumphantly over the water, while the denizens of the streams accompany me in my course, and the inhabitants of the air sing their hymns to me, the beasts of the earth salute me, the forests bend their treetops as I pass. Is it on the forehead of the man of society or on mine that the immortal seal of our origin is engraved? Run, then, to shut yourself up in your cities. Go subject yourself to your petty laws. Gain your bread by the sweat of your brow, or devour the bread of the poor. Kill one another for a word, for a master. Doubt the existence of God, or worship him under superstitious forms. As for me, I shall go wandering in my solitudes. Not one beat of my heart will be checked, not one of my thoughts shall be suppressed. I shall be as free as nature. I shall recognize no sovereign except him who lit the flame of the suns, and who with one stroke of his hand set in revolution all the worlds. Here are all the paraphernalia of the Romantic movement: freedom, nature, friendship for all living things, scorn of cities and the struggle of man against man for bread or power, rejection of atheism and superstition, worship of God in nature, the escape from every law except that of God. It did not matter for literature that Chateaubriand had lost his religious faith, or that many of his descriptions were imaginary rather than factual, or that 100 inaccuracies, exaggerations, or impossibilities were soon discovered in his voyage by French or American critics. Here was a prose that set aflutter all female, many male breasts. Not since Rousseau or Bernardin de Saint-Pierre had French prose been so colorful, or nature so splendid, or civilization so absurd. All that the Romantic movement now awaited was a persuasive presentation of the American Indian as the Lord of Eden and wisdom, and a panorama of religion as the mother of morals, art, and salvation. Chateaubriand would soon provide the one in Atala and René, the other in The Genius of Christianity. The poet-explorer rode on through New York State, received hospitality from some Onondaga Indians, slept primitively on Mother Earth near Niagara, and heard the muffled roar of the falls. The next day, standing hypnotized by the river that hurried to its end, I had an involuntary longing to throw myself in. Eager to see the falls from below, he clambered down a rocky slope, lost his footing, broke an arm, and was hoisted to safety by Indians. Sobered, he surrendered his dream of a Northwest Passage, turned south, and reached the Ohio. At this point, his narrative becomes dubious. He tells us that he followed the Ohio to the Mississippi, this to the Gulf of Mexico, then over 1,000 miles and 100 mountains to Florida. Critics comparing distances, conveyances, and time have judged his story incredible, and have branded his description of fauna and flora as quite unlike the landscapes and vegetation of those regions 100 years later. However, a century could have drastically changed the wildlife, and even through cultivation and mining, the contour of the earth. After a stay with the Seminole Indians, Chateaubriand made his way northwest to Chillicothe, in what is now Illinois. There he saw in an English journal news of Louis XVI's flight to Varennes, June 22, 1791. He worried that the captured king would now be daily in danger of his life. I said to myself, go back to France, and abruptly brought my travels to a close. On January 2, 1792, he reached France after an absence of 9 months. He was still but 23. 2. Development. He had exhausted nearly all his funds, and remained uncertain and insecure in a country hostile to Viscounts and moving toward war and September massacres. His sisters advised him to marry money, and found for him a moderately dowered bride, Céleste Buisson de la Vigne, aged 17. They married on February 21, 1792. The modest Céleste remained loyal to him through all his vicissitudes and mistresses, and through his decades of conflict with Napoleon, whom she admired. And after many years, he learned to love her. They went to live in Paris, near his sisters Lucille and Julie. Part of his wife's fortune, invested in church securities, was lost in the confiscation of ecclesiastical property by the revolutionary government. Part of it René gambled away in the casinos. On April 20th, the Legislative Assembly declared war upon Austria. French émigrés formed a regiment to join Austria in overthrowing the revolution. Chateaubriand, though not quite certain that he desired this, felt bound to join his fellow nobles. Leaving wife and sisters in a Paris that would soon imprison and then massacre hundreds of the aristocracy, he rushed to Koblenz, enrolled in the émigré army, and shared in the abortive siege of Thionville, September 1, 1792. He was wounded in the thigh and was honorably discharged. Unable to get back through mobilized France to his wife, he made his way mostly on foot to Ostend, found passage to the island of Jersey, was nursed back to health by an uncle, and in May 1793 crossed to England. There he learned the ways of poverty, and bore them well despite the sickly temperament to which I was subject, and the romantic notions of freedom which I cherished. He refused the allowance offered to émigré nobles by the British government. He survived by teaching French, privately and in a boarding school. He fell in love with a pupil, Charlotte Ives. she returned his affection. Her parents proposed that he marry Charlotte. He had to confess that he already had a wife. Meanwhile, his wife, his mother, and his sisters had been imprisoned in France. His elder brother, with his wife and her heroic grandfather, Malesherbes, were guillotined on April 22, 1794. His own wife and sisters were not released till the end of the Terror with the fall of Robespierre. Lucile had often noted his facility with words and had urged him to be a writer. During these years in England he began a vast prose epic, Les Natchez, into whose 2,383 pages he poured his romantic dreams and his idealization of the American Indian. Anxious to win fame as a philosopher, he published in London in 1797 an essai historique, politique et moral sur les révolutions anciennes et modernes. This was a remarkable performance for a youth of 29, poor in organization, rich in garnered ideas. Revolutions, Chateaubriand argued, are periodic outbursts following always the same curve from rebellion through chaos to dictatorship. So the Greeks deposed their kings, established republics, and then submitted to Alexander. The Romans deposed their king, established a republic, and then submitted to the Caesars. Here, 2 years before the 18th Brumaire, was Chateaubriand's forecast of Napoleon. History is a circle, or an enlarged repetition of the same circle, with frills that make the old seem new. The same good and the same evil survive in men despite such mighty overturns. There is no real progress. Knowledge grows, but merely to serve instincts that do not change. The faith of the Enlightenment in the indefinite perfectibility of mankind is a childish delusion. Nevertheless, a conclusion that startled most readers, the Enlightenment had succeeded in undermining Christianity. There is no likelihood that the religion of our youth can ever recover from that century of political peace and intellectual war. What religion, then, will replace the Christian? Probably none, the young skeptic concludes. Intellectual and political turmoil will undermine European civilization and return it to the barbarism from which it emerged. Peoples now savage will rise to civilization, go through successive grandeurs and revolutions, and sink into barbarism in their turn. The book made Chateaubriand famous in émigré circles, but shocked those who felt that aristocracy and religion must stand together or die divided. These criticisms left their mark on Chateaubriand, whose later works were largely an apology for this one. But he was now deeply moved by a letter sent him from France, July 1, 1798, by his sister Julie. "My friend, we have just lost the best of mothers. If you knew how many tears your errors have drawn from our honorable mother, and how deplorable these errors seem to all who make profession not merely of piety but of reason. If you knew this pledge, it would help to open your eyes, to make you give up writing. And if a heaven touched by our prayers should permit our reunion, you would find among us all the happiness that we can taste on earth." When Chateaubriand received this letter, it was accompanied by another to the effect that this sister Julie too had died. In the preface to La Génie du Christianisme, he ascribed to these messages the complete change displayed by the later book. These two voices from the tomb, this death serving to interpret death, were a blow to me. I became a Christian. I wept, and I believed. So sudden and dramatic a change invited skepticism, but in a less than literal sense it could be sincere. Probably Chateaubriand, in whom the philosopher was never distinct from the poet, ascribed to a moment, as by a figure of speech, the process by which he passed from unbelief to a view of Christianity as first beautiful, then morally beneficent, finally deserving, despite its faults, of private sympathy and public support. He was moved in the last years of the dying century by letters from his friend Louis de Fontanes, describing the moral disintegration then corroding France, and the rising desire of the people to return to their churches and their priests. Soon, in Fontanes' judgment, this hunger would compel a restoration of Catholic worship. Chateaubriand resolved to be the voice of that movement. He would write a defense of Christianity in terms not of science and philosophy, but of morals and art. No matter if those fascinating stories that were told us in our youth were legends rather than history, they entranced and inspired us, and in some measure reconciled us to those Hebraic commandments upon which our social order, and therefore Christian civilization, had been built. Would it not be the greatest of crimes to take from the people the beliefs that had helped them to control their unsocial impulses and to bear injustice, evil, suffering, and the fatality of death? So Chateaubriand, in his final memoirs, expressed both his doubts and his faith. My spirit is inclined to believe in nothing, not even in myself, to disdain everything, grandeur, miseries, peoples, and kings. Nevertheless, it is dominated by an instinct of reason that commands it to submit to everything evidently beautiful: religion, justice, humanity, equality, liberty, glory. Early in 1800, Fontanes invited Chateaubriand to return to France. Fontanes was persona grata with the first consul, and would see to it that the young émigré should not be harmed. Napoleon was already thinking of restoring Catholicism. A good book on the virtues of Christianity might help him meet the inevitable jibes of the Jacobins. On May 16, 1800, Chateaubriand rejoined his wife and Lucille in Paris. Fontanes introduced him to a literary circle that gathered in the home of the frail but beautiful Comtesse Pauline de Beaumont, daughter of Comte Armand Marc de Montmorin, once Minister of Foreign Affairs under Louis XVI and then guillotined. Soon she became Chateaubriand's mistress. It was in her country house, and under her prodding, that he finished Le Génie. He did not think the time ripe for the complete publication of a book so contrary to the skepticism prevailing in intellectual circles, but in 1801 he offered Paris a 100-page extract from it as an unpretentious idyll of Christian virtue and romantic love. It made him at once the talk of literate France, the idol of the women, and the favorite son of the reviving church. He called it Atala, or The Loves of Two Savages in the Desert. The initial scene is in Louisiana, as peopled by the Natchez Indians. The narrator is the blind old chieftain Chactas. He tells how in his youth he was captured by a hostile tribe and was sentenced to be burned to death, but was saved by the Indian maid Atala. They flee together through marshes and forests, over mountains and streams. They fall in love by force of propinquity and through dangers shared. He seeks, she refuses consummation, having pledged lifelong virginity to her dying mother. They meet an old missionary who supports her piety by satirizing love as a form of inebriation and marriage as a fate worse than death. Torn, like history, between religion and sex, Atala solves her dilemma by taking poison. Chactas is desolate, but the missionary explains that death is a blessed release from life. Despite so many days gathered on my head, I have never met a man who had not been deceived by dreams of happiness, no heart that did not hold a hidden wound. The spirit, apparently most serene, resembles the natural wells of Florida's savannas. Their surface seems calm and pure, but when you see to the bottom, you perceive a large crocodile, which the well nourishes with its waters. Chateaubriand's description of Atala's funeral, priest and pagan mingling their hands to cover her corpse with the soil, became a famous passage in the literature of romance. It inspired also one of the great paintings of the Napoleonic period, The Burial of Atala, with which Girondet Triosson brought half of Paris to tears in 1808. But the classical tradition was too strong in the France of 1801 to win for the tale the full acclaim of critics. Many of them smiled at the purple passages and the ancient use of love, religion, and death to stir hearts broken or young, and the conscription of nature to serve with her various moods as an obligato to human joys and woes. But others praised, and a multitude of readers enjoyed, the simple words and quiet music of the style, the sounds, forms, and colors of the fauna and flora, the mountains, forests, and streams that supplied a living background to the tale. The mood of France was ready to hear a good word for religion and chastity. Napoleon was planning a reconciliation with the Church. It seemed a good time to publish Le Génie du Christianisme. 3. The Genius of Christianity. The book appeared in 5 volumes on April 14, 1802, in the same week that saw the promulgation of the Concordat. As far as I can judge, wrote Jules Lemaitre in 1865, the Génie du Christianisme was the greatest success in the history of French literature. Fontaine greeted it with a Moniteur article praising it with friendly superlatives. A second edition appeared in 1803, dedicated to Napoleon. From that moment, the author felt that Bonaparte was the only man of the age whom he had to surpass. The génie of the title did not quite mean genius, though it meant that too. It meant the distinctive character, the inherent creative spirit of the religion that had begotten and nurtured the civilization of post-classical Europe. Chateaubriand proposed to annul the 18th century Enlightenment by showing in Christianity such understanding tenderness toward human needs and griefs, such multifarious inspiration to art, and such powerful supports to moral character and social order, that all questions as to the credibility of the Church's dogmas and traditions became of minor importance. The real question should be, is Christianity an immeasurable, inseparable, and indispensable support to Western civilization? A more logical mind than Chateaubriand's might have begun with a picture of the moral, social, and political deterioration of that revolutionary France which had divorced itself from Catholic Christianity. But Chateaubriand was a man of feeling and sentiment, and probably he was right in assuming that most of the French, of either sex, were more like him than like Voltaire and the other philosophes who had labored so ardently to crush the infamy of an authoritarian religion. He called himself an anti-philosophe. He carried far beyond Rousseau the reaction against rationalism, and he reproved Madame de Staël for defending the Enlightenment. So he began with an appeal to feeling, and left reason to fall in line after feeling had led the way. He proclaimed at the outset his belief in the fundamental mystery of Catholic doctrine, the Trinity. God as the Father creating, God as the Son redeeming, God as the Holy Spirit enlightening and sanctifying. One must not worry here about credibility. The important thing is that without a belief in an intelligent God, life becomes a merciless struggle. Sin and failure become unforgivable. Marriage becomes a fragile and precarious association. Old age a somber disintegration. Death an obscene but inescapable agony. The sacraments of the Church, baptism, confession, communion, confirmation, matrimony, extreme unction, deathbed anointment, and sacerdotal ordination transformed the chapters in our painful growth and ignominious decay into advancing stages of spiritual development, each deepened with priestly guidance and solemn ceremony, and strengthening the infinitesimal individual with membership in a powerful and confident community of believers in a redeeming and lovable Christ, a sinless and interceding mother, a wise, omnipotent, watchful, punishing, forgiving, and rewarding God. With that faith, man is redeemed from the greatest curse of all, to be meaningless in a meaningless world. Chateaubriand proceeded to contrast the virtues recommended by the pagan philosophers with those taught by Christianity. On the one hand, fortitude, temperance, and prudence, all directed toward individual advancement. On the other, faith, hope, and charity, a creed that ennobled life, strengthened the social bond, and made death a resurrection. He compared the philosopher's view of history as the struggle and defeat of individuals and groups with the Christian view of history as the effort of man to overcome the sinfulness original to his nature and to achieve a widening caritas. Better to believe that the heavens declare the glory of God than that they are accidental accumulations of rock and dust, persistent but senseless, beautiful but dumb. And how can we contemplate the loveliness of most birds and many quadrupeds without feeling that some divinity lurks in their resilient growth and their enchanting forms? As for morality, The matter seemed to Chateaubriand painfully clear. Our moral code must be sanctioned by God, or it will collapse against the nature of man. No code of confessedly human origin will carry sufficient authority to control the unsocial instincts of men. The fear of God is the beginning of civilization, and the love of God is the goal of morality. Moreover, that fear and love must be handed down generation after generation by parents, educators, and priests. Parents with no God to transmit, teachers with no support in religious creed and garb, will find the infinite inventiveness of selfishness, passion, and greed stronger than their uninspired words. Finally, there can be no morality if there is no future state. There must be another life to atone for the tribulations of virtue on the earth. European civilization, Chateaubriand argued, is almost entirely due to the Catholic Church, to her support of the family and the school, to her preaching of the Christian virtues, to her checking and cleansing of popular superstitions and practices, to the healing processes of the confessional, to her inspiration and encouragement of literature and art. The Middle Ages wisely abandoned the unguided pursuit of truth for the creation of beauty, and they produced in the Gothic cathedrals an architecture superior to that of the Parthenon. Pagan literature has many excellences for the mind, many pitfalls for morality. The Bible is greater than Homer, the prophets are more inspiring than the philosophers, and what fiction can compare in tenderness and influence with the life and teaching of Christ? Obviously, a book like the Génie could appeal only to those who, through the excesses of the revolution or the trials of life, were emotionally ready to believe. So the philosopher Joubert, Chateaubriand's friend, said that he sought in Catholicism a refuge from a revolutionary world too horrible to bear. Such readers may have smiled at the childish teleology which taught that the song of birds is ordained expressly for our ears. In spite of our cruelty to them, they cannot forbear to charm us, as they are obliged to fulfill the decrees of Providence. But those readers were so carried along by the elegance and music of the style that they passed over the use of the three graces to explain the Trinity, or of the Malthusian fear of overpopulation to defend ecclesiastical celibacy. If the arguments were sometimes weak, the charm was strong. Even nature would have been pleased if, after some earthquake, flood, or hurricane, she had heard Chateaubriand's litany of her loveliness. Did he really believe? From 1801 to late in life, we are told, he omitted his Easter duty of confession and communion, the Church's minimal demand upon her children. Sismondi reported a conversation with him in 1813. Chateaubriand observed the universal decadence of religions both in Europe and in Asia, and compared these symptoms of dissolution with those of polytheism in the time of Julian. He concluded from this that the nations of Europe would disappear along with their religions. I was astounded to find him so free a spirit. Chateaubriand talked of religion. He believes it, religion, necessary to sustain the state. He thinks that he and others are bound to believe. No wonder that, carrying with him through 60 years such a burden of secret doubt, he never recovered from the youthful pessimism that he described in René. In old age, he said, "I ought not to have been born." 4. René. The genius of Christianity was a major expression of the Romantic movement in the religious field. It formulated the return of faith and hope, if not of charity. It exalted medieval poetry and art, and stimulated the revival of Gothic architecture in France. Within its 5 volumes, it originally included not only Atala, but, till 1805, René. This 40-page paean to pessimism reflected the despondency of émigrés, and Chateaubriand's youthful infatuation with his sisters. It became the fount and standard of 1,000 moans of melodious despair. René is a young French aristocrat who has fled from France and has joined the Natchez Indian tribe in the hope of forgetting an incestuous love. His adoptive father, Chactas, having told him the tale of Atala, persuades him to tell his own story. timid and constrained before my father, I found ease and contentment only with my sister Amélie. When he realized that his love for her was nearing incest, he sought release by losing himself in the Paris crowd, vast wilderness of men. Or he sat for hours in an unfrequented church, begging God to free him from the crime of his love or from the incubus of life. He looked for solitude amid mountains and fields, but nowhere could he drive from his thoughts the tenderness and loveliness of Amélie. Tormented with desire to go to her and declare his love, he decided in shame to kill himself. Amélie divined this decision when she learned that he was making his will. She hurried to Paris, found him, embraced him wildly, and covered my forehead with kisses. 3 months of comradeship and restrained happiness followed. Then, overcome with remorse, she fled to a convent, leaving him a word of comfort and all her fortune. He sought her and begged permission to talk with her. She would not see him. When she was about to take the vows, he made his way into the chapel, knelt near her, heard her prostrate before the altar, begging, "God of mercy, let me never rise from this somber bed, and cover with your favors the brother who never partook of my criminal passion." They never saw each other again. He resumed his thoughts of suicide, but decided to bear the greater pain of life. I found, and this passage became a locus classicus of romantic grief, a kind of satisfaction in my suffering. I discovered, with a secret movement of joy, that sorrow is not like pleasure, a feeling that wears itself out. My melancholy became an occupation which filled all my moments. My heart was entirely and naturally steeped in ennui and misery. Sick of civilization, he decided to lose himself in America and live the simple life of an Indian tribe. A missionary reproved him for his self-centered mood and bade him return to France and cleanse himself by services to mankind. However, René perished afterward with Chactas in the massacre of the French and the Natchez Indians in Louisiana. It is a story well told, except that the events are improbable and the sentiment is overdone. But sentiment had been starved for a decade. Grief had been dangerous and too deep for tears. Now the revolution ended and security restored, sentiment was free, and tears might flow. The melancholy of René, echoing Werther's across a generation, became a pose for René de Chateaubriand, was echoed in Senancour's Obermann in 1804, and was carried on in Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, 1813. Chateaubriand reproached Byron for not acknowledging his debt. The little book infected a generation with mal de siècle, the characteristic illness of the time. It became the model of 1,000, perhaps 100,000 melancholy tales, romans. Its hero was called a storyteller, un romancier. So perhaps the Romantic movement derived its name. For half a century now, it would dominate the literature and art of France. 5. Chateaubriand and Napoleon. "The genius of Christianity," said Napoleon, "is a work of lead and gold, but the gold predominates. Everything great and national in character ought to acknowledge the genius of Chateaubriand." For his part, he welcomed the book as admirably concordant with the Concordat. He arranged a meeting with the author, recognized him as a valuable property, and appointed him in 1803 first secretary of the French embassy in Rome. The author recorded the meeting with modesty and pride. It mattered little to him that I had no experience of public affairs, that I was entirely unfamiliar with practical diplomacy. He believed that some minds are capable of understanding and have no need of apprenticeship. He was soon followed to Rome by his mistress. However, she died in Rome, November 5th, with Chateaubriand at her side, and after bidding him return to his wife. He was soon persona grata to the Pope, and ingrata to the ambassador, Napoleon's uncle, Cardinal Fesch, who complained that the brilliant author was assuming ambassadorial authority. The cardinal was not a man to allow this. He asked to be relieved of his aid. Napoleon recalled the Viscount by appointing him chargé d'affaires in the little Swiss republic of Valais. Chateaubriand went to Paris to consider, but on hearing of the Duc d'Enghien's execution, he sent to Napoleon his resignation from the diplomatic service. By daring to leave Bonaparte, I had placed myself on his level, and he was turned against me by all the force of his perfidy, as I was turned against him by all the force of my loyalty. Sometimes I was drawn to him by the admiration with which he inspired me, and by the idea that I was witnessing a transformation of society and not a mere change of dynasty. But our respective natures, antipathetic in so many respects, always gained the upper hand, and if he would gladly have had me shot, I should have felt no great compunction about killing him. No immediate harm came to him. He was distracted from politics by the illness of his wife, whom he loved between liaisons, and the death of his sister Lucille in 1804. Meanwhile, he had taken as mistress Delphine de Custine. In 1806, he sought to replace her with Nathalie de Noailles, but Nathalie made her favors conditional on his undertaking a journey to the holy places in Palestine. Leaving his wife in Venice, he went on to Corfu, Athens, Smyrna, Constantinople, and Jerusalem. He returned via Alexandria, Carthage, and Spain, and reached Paris in June 1807. He had shown courage and stamina on this arduous tour, and on the way he had sedulously gathered material and background for 2 books that reinforced his literary fame: Les Martyrs de Dioclétien, 1809, and Itinéraire de Paris à Jerusalem, 1811. While preparing these volumes, he carried on his feud with Napoleon, then negotiating peace at Tilsit, by an article in the Mercure de France for July 4, 1807. It was ostensibly about Nero and Tacitus, but it could readily be applied to Napoleon and Chateaubriand. When, in the silence of abjection, no sign can be heard save that of the chains of the slave and the voice of the informer, when all tremble before the tyrant, and it is as dangerous to incur his favor as to merit his displeasure, the historian appears entrusted with the vengeance of the nation. Nero prospers in vain, for Tacitus has already been formed within the empire. He grows up unknown beside the ashes of Germanicus, and already a just providence has delivered into the hands of an obscure child the glory of the master of the world. If the historian's role is a fine one, it often has its dangers, but there are altars such as that of honor, which, though deserted, demand further sacrifices. Wherever there is a chance for fortune, there is no heroism in trying it. Magnanimous actions are those whose foreseeable result is adversity and death. After all, what do reverses matter if our name, pronounced by posterity, makes a single generous heart beat 2,000 years after we have lived? On his return from Tilsit, Napoleon ordered the new Tacitus to leave Paris. The Mercure was warned to take no further articles from his pen. Chateaubriand became a passionate defender of a free press. He retired to a property that he had bought in the Vallée aux Loups at Châtenay, and devoted himself to preparing Les Martyrs for publication. He deleted from the manuscript such passages as might be interpreted as derogatory of Napoleon. In that year, 1809, his brother Armand was arrested for having transmitted dispatches from the émigré Bourbon princes to their agents in France. René wrote to Napoleon asking mercy for Armand. Napoleon found the letter too proud and threw it into the fire. Armand was tried and found guilty, and was shot on March 31st. René arrived a few moments after the execution. He never forgot the scene: Armand lying dead, his face and skull shattered by bullets, a butcher's dog licking up his blood and his brains. It was Good Friday, 1809. Chateaubriand buried his grief in his valley solitude and in preparing his Mémoires d'Outre-Tombe. He began these reminiscences in 1811. He worked on them intermittently as a sedative from travel, liaisons, and politics. He wrote their last page in 1841 and forbade their publication till after his death. Hence he called them Memoirs from the Tomb. They are bold in thought, childish in sentiment, brilliant in style. Here, for example, the parade of Napoleon's appointees hurrying to swear their eternal loyalty to Louis XVIII after Napoleon's collapse Vice entered leaning on the arm of crime. Le vice appuyé sur le bras du crime. Monsieur de Talleyrand walked in, supported by Monsieur Fouché. In those leisurely pages are descriptions of nature rivaling those in Atala and René, and colorful episodes like the burning of Moscow. Pages of sentiment abound. The earth is a charming mother. We come forth from her womb. In childhood she holds us to her breasts, which are swollen with milk and honey. In youth and manhood she lavishes upon us cool waters, her harvests and her fruits. When we die she opens her bosom to us again, and throws a coverlet of grass and flowers over our remains, while she secretly transforms us into her own substance, to be reproduced in some new and graceful shape. And now and then a flash of philosophy, usually somber. History is only a repetition of the same facts applied to diverse men and times. These Mémoires d'Outre-Tombe are Chateaubriand's most enduring book. He remained rurally quiet until 1814, when the successes of the Allied armies brought them to the frontiers of France. Would their advance, as in 1792, arouse the French people to heroic resistance? On the 5th anniversary of Armand's execution, Chateaubriand issued a powerful pamphlet, De Bonaparte et des Bourbons, which was scattered through France as Napoleon retreated fighting for life. The author assured the nation that God himself marches openly at the head of the Allied armies and sits in the council of the kings. He reviewed the offenses of Napoleon, the execution of Enghien and Cadoudal, the torture and assassination of Pichegru, the imprisonment of the Pope. These reveal in Buonaparte, spelled the Italian way, a nature foreign to France. His crimes must not be charged to the French people. Many rulers had suppressed freedom of print and speech, but Napoleon had gone further and had commanded the press to praise him at whatever cost to truth. The tributes to him as an administrator are undeserved. He merely reduced despotism to a science, turned taxation into confiscation, and conscription into massacre. In the Russian campaign alone, 243,610 men died after experiencing every manner of suffering, while their leader, well-sheltered and well-fed, deserted his army to flee to Paris. How noble and humane by comparison had Louis XVI been? As Napoleon had asked of the Directory in 1799, "What have you done with the France that was so brilliant when I left you?" so now the whole human race accuses you, calls for vengeance in the name of religion, morality, freedom. Where have you not spread desolation? In what corner of the world is there a family so obscure as to have escaped your ravages? Spain, Italy, Austria, Germany, Russia demand of you the sons that you have slaughtered, the tents, cabins, chateaux, temples that you have put to flame. The voice of the world declares you the greatest criminal that has ever appeared on the earth. You who, in the heart of civilization, in an age of enlightenment, wished to rule by the sword of Attila and the maxims of Nero. Surrender now your scepter of iron. Descend from that mound of ruins of which you have made a throne. We cast you out as you cast out the Directory. Go, if you can, as your only punishment, to be witness of the joy that your fall brings to France, and contemplate, as you shed tears of rage, the spectacle of the people's happiness. How now to replace him? With the king who comes sanctified by his birth, a noble by his character, Louis XVIII, a prince known for his enlightenment, his freedom from prejudice, his repudiation of revenge. He comes bearing in his hand a pledge of pardon to all his enemies. How sweet it will be, after so many agitations and misfortunes, to rest under the paternal authority of our legitimate sovereign. Frenchmen, friends, companions in misfortune, let us forget our quarrels, our hates, our errors, to save the fatherland. Let us embrace over the ruins of our dear country, and call to our help the heir of Henry IV and Louis XIV. Vive le roi! Is it any wonder that Louis XVIII later said that those 50 pages had been worth to him 100,000 troops? Let us leave Chateaubriand here for a while. He was by no means finished. He still had 34 years of life in him. He was to play an active role in Restoration politics, was still to gather mistresses, ending at last in the arms of a Récamier who was graduating from beauty to benevolence. He spent more and more of his time on his memoirs, and now that his enemy was immured in a distant land, itself imprisoned by the sea, he could write of him, as he did for 456 pages, in a mood made milder by time and victory. He lived till 1848, having seen 3 French revolutions. Chapter 14. Science and Philosophy under Napoleon. 1. Mathematics and Physics. In science, the age of Napoleon was one of the most fruitful in history. He himself was the first modern ruler with a scientific education, and probably Aristotle's Alexander had not received so thorough a grounding. The Franciscan friars who taught him in the military school at Brienne knew that science is more helpful than theology in winning wars. They gave the young Corsican all the mathematics, physics, chemistry, geology, and geography that they knew. Arrived at power, he restored Louis XIV's practice of awarding substantial prizes for cultural achievements, and he revealed his background by giving most awards to scientists. Again, following precedent, he extended his gifts to foreigners. So, in 1801, he and the Institute invited Alessandro Volta to come to Paris and demonstrate his theories of the electric current. Volta came. Napoleon attended 3 of his lectures and moved the award of a gold medal to the Italian physicist. In 1808, the prize for electrochemical discoveries was given to Humphrey Davy, who came to Paris to receive it, though France and England were at war. Periodically, Napoleon invited the scientists of the Institute to meet with him and report on work done or in progress in their respective fields. At such a conference, on February 26, 1808, Cuvier spoke as the Institute's secretary with almost the classic eloquence of a Buffon, and Napoleon could feel that the golden age of French prose had been restored. The French excelled in pure science, and made France the most intellectual and skeptical of nations. The English encouraged applied science and developed the industry, commerce, and wealth that made them the protagonists of world history during the 19th century. In the first decade of that century, Lagrange, Legendre, Laplace, and Monge set the pace in mathematics. Monge developed with Napoleon a warm friendship that lasted till death. He regretted the deterioration of the consul into an emperor, but bore it with indulgence, and even consented to be made Comte de Pelouse. Perhaps it was a secret between them that Pelusium was an ancient ruin in Egypt. He mourned when Napoleon was banished to Elba, and openly rejoiced over the exile's dramatic return. The restored Bourbon ordered the Institute to expel Monge. It obeyed. When Monge died in 1818, his students at the École Polytechnique, which he had helped to establish, wished to attend his funeral, but were forbidden. The day after his funeral, they marched in a body to the cemetery and laid a wreath upon his grave. Lazare Carnot came under the influence of Monge when studying in the military academy at Mézières. After serving as organizer of victory on the Committee of Public Safety and escaping with his life from the radical coup d'etat of September 4, 1797, he found safety and sanity in mathematics. In 1803, he published Réflexions sur la métaphysique du calcul infinitésimal, and 2 later essays founded synthetic geometry. In 1806, François Mollien made a revolution of his own by introducing double-entry bookkeeping in the Bank of France. In 1812, Jean-Victor Poncelet, a pupil of Monge, joined the Grand Army in the invading of Russia, was captured, and adorned his imprisonment by formulating, at the age of 24, the basic theorems of projective geometry. Mathematics is both the mother and the model of the sciences. They begin with counting and aspire to equations. Through such quantitative statements, physics and chemistry guide the engineer in remaking the world, and sometimes, as in a temple or a bridge, they may flower into art. Joseph Fourier was not content with administering the Departement of Isère, 1801. He wished also to reduce the conduction of heat to precise mathematical formulations. In epochal experiments at Grenoble, he developed and used what are now the Fourier series of differential equations, still vital to mathematics and a mystery to historians. He announced his discoveries in 1807, but gave a formal exposition of his methods and results in Théorie analytique de la chaleur, 1822, which has been called one of the most important books published in the 19th century. Wrote Fourier, "The effects of heat are subject to constant laws which cannot be discovered without the aid of mathematical analysis. The object of the theory which we are to explain is to demonstrate these laws. It reduces all physical researches on the propagation of heat to problems of the integral calculus whose elements are given by experiment. These considerations present a singular example of the relations which exist between the abstract science of numbers and natural causes." More spectacular were the experiments that Joseph-Louis Gay-Lussac made to measure the effects of altitude on terrestrial magnetism and the expansion of gases. On September 16, 1804, he rose in a balloon to a height of 23,012 feet. His findings, reported to the Institute in 1805-9, placed him among the founders of meteorology, and his later studies of potassium, chlorine, and cyanogen continued the work of Lavoisier and Berthollet in bringing theoretical chemistry to the service of industry and daily life. The most impressive figure in the physical sciences of Napoleon's reign was Pierre-Simon Laplace. It was not unknown to him that he was the handsomest man in the Senate, to which he had been appointed after his failure as Minister of the Interior. In 1796 he had presented in popular form, but brilliant style, Exposition du Système du Monde, his mechanical theory of the universe, and in a casual note, his nebular hypothesis of cosmic origins. More leisurely, in the 5 volumes of his Traité de mécanique céleste, 1799 to 1825, he summoned the developments of mathematics and physics to the task of subjecting the solar system, and by implication all other heavenly bodies, to the laws of motion and the principle of gravitation. Newton had admitted that some seeming irregularities in the movements of the planets had defied all his attempts to explain them. For example, the orbit of Saturn was continually, however leisurely, expanding, so that if unchecked, it must, in the course of a few billion years, be lost in the infinity of space. And the orbits of Jupiter and the Moon were slowly shrinking, so that in the amplitude of time, the great planet must be absorbed into the Sun, and the modest Moon must be catastrophically received into the Earth. Newton had concluded that God himself must intervene now and then to correct such absurdities. But many astronomers had rejected this desperate hypothesis as outlawed by the nature and principles of science. Laplace proposed to show that these irregularities were due to influences that corrected themselves periodically, and that a little patience, in Jupiter's case 929 years, would see everything automatically returning to order. He concluded that there was no reason why the solar and stellar systems should not continue to operate on the laws of Newton and Laplace to the end of time. It was a majestic and dismal conception that the world is a machine doomed to go on tracing the same diagrams in the sky forever. It had immense influence in promoting a mechanistic view of mind as well as matter, and shared with the kindly Darwin in undermining Christian theology. God, as Laplace told Napoleon, wasn't necessary after all. Napoleon thought the hypothesis somewhat nebulous, and Laplace himself came at times to doubt Laplace. Midway in his stellar enterprise, he stopped to write a Théorie analytique des probabilités, 1812-20, and an Essai philosophique sur les probabilités, 1814. Nearing his term, he reminded his fellow scientists, "That which we know is a little thing, that which we do not know is immense." 2. Medicine. The doctors might have said the same, with Napoleon's hearty consent. He never gave up hope of convincing his physicians that their drugs had done more harm than good, and that they would have more deaths to answer for at the Last Judgment than the generals. Dr. Corvisart, who loved him, heard his banter patiently. Dr. Antomarchi avenged and deserved Napoleon's taunts by giving him, then approaching death, one enema after another. That Napoleon appreciated the work of devoted and competent physicians is evident from his bequest of 100,000 francs to Dominique Larrey, 1766 to 1842, the virtuous surgeon who accompanied the French army in Egypt, Russia, and at Waterloo, introduced the flying ambulance to give quick aid to the wounded, performed 200 amputations in one day at Borodino, and left 4 volumes of Mémoires de chirurgie militaire et campagne, 1812 to 17. The emperor was not mistaken when he chose Jean-Nicolas Corvisart as his personal physician. The professor of practical medicine at the Collège de France was as careful in his diagnoses as he was skeptical of his treatments. He was the first French doctor to adopt percussion, chest tapping, as a diagnostic aid in ailments of the heart or lungs. He had found this method proposed in Inventum Novum ex Percussione, 1760, of Leopold Auenbrugger of Vienna. He translated the 95-page monograph, added to it from his own experience, and expanded it into a textbook of 440 pages. His Essai sur les maladies et les lésions organiques du cœur et des gros vaisseaux in 1806 established him as one of the founders of pathological anatomy. A year later, he joined the imperial household as its resident physician. His difficult employer used to say that he had no faith in medicine, but full faith in Corvisart. When Napoleon went to St. Helena, Corvisart withdrew into rural obscurity, and he died faithfully in the year of his master's death, 1821. His pupil, René Théophile Laennec, carried further the experiments in auscultation, literally listening, which in his first attempt consisted of 2 cylinders, each placed one end on the patient's body, the other end at the ear of the doctor, who was thereby seeing the chest, stethos, with his ears. So the sounds made by the internal organs, as in breathing, coughing, and digestion, could be heard unconfused by irrelevant noise. Helped by this instrument, Laennec proceeded with investigations whose results he summarized in a Traité de l'auscultation médiate, 1819. Its second edition of 1826 has been described as the most important treatise on the thoracic organs ever written. Its description of pneumonia remained an authoritative classic till the 20th century. The outstanding achievement of French medicine in this period was in humanizing the treatment of the insane. When in 1792 Philippe Pinel was appointed medical director of the famous asylum that Richelieu had founded at suburban Bicêtre, he was shocked to find that the rights of man so confidently declared by the Revolution had not been extended to the mentally deranged who were confined there, or at a similar institution, the Salpêtrière. Many of the inmates were kept in chains lest they injure others or themselves. Many more were quieted by frequent bloodletting or by stupefying drugs. Any new arrival, not necessarily demented but perhaps a nuisance to relatives or the government, was flung into the bedlam and left to deteriorate by contagion in body and mind. The result was a mess of maniacs whose antics, dull stares, or desperate appeals were occasionally exhibited to the public for a modest admission fee. Pinel went in person to the convention to ask authority for trying a gentler regimen. He removed the chains, reduced to a minimum the bloodletting and the drugs, released the patients into the invigorating air, and ordered the guards to treat the insane not as secret criminals cursed by God, but as invalids often amenable to improvement by patient care. He formulated his views and regimen in an enduring Traité médico-philosophique sur l'aliénation mentale, 1801. The title was one more sign that Pinel had achieved or aimed for the Hippocratic ideal of the physician as combining the learning of the scientist with the sympathetic understanding of the philosopher. A physician who is a lover of wisdom, Hippocrates had said, is the equal of God. 3. Biology. 1. Cuvier, 1769 to 1832. The great Cuvier reached the top of his kind despite being a Protestant in a Catholic land. Like so many other scientists in Napoleon's France, he was raised to high political office, even to membership in the Council of State, 1814. He kept that place under the restored Bourbon, and was made president of the Council and a peer of France in 1830. When he died in 1832, he was honored throughout Europe as the man who had founded paleontology and comparative anatomy, and had prepared biology to transform the mind of Europe. His father was an officer in a Swiss regiment who earned an Order of Merit, and at 50 married a young wife. She watched with loving discipline over the physical and mental development of her son, Georges Léopold Chrétien. She checked his work as a student and had him read to her the classics of literature and history. Cuvier learned to be eloquent about mollusks and worms. He had the good fortune to be admitted to the academy that Charles Eugène, Duke of Württemberg, had founded at Stuttgart, where 80 masters taught 400 select students. There he was enamored for a time by the works of Linnaeus, but permanently by the Histoire naturelle of Buffon. Having graduated with an armful of prizes, but lacking any patrimony to finance further schooling, he took a post as tutor in a family living near Fécamp on the English Channel. Some fossils locally exhumed stirred his interest in geological strata as literal lithographs of prehistoric plant and animal life, and some shellfish gathered from the sea so fascinated him with their diversity of internal organs and external forms that he proposed a new classification of organisms according to their structural character and variations. From these beginnings, he developed, by a curiosity and industry that never tired, a knowledge of fossil and living forms never equaled before him, and perhaps never since. News of his learning and application reached Paris, won useful commendations from his future rivals Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire and Lamarck, and brought him, aged 27, in 1796, the professorship of comparative anatomy at the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle. At 31, he published one of the classics of French science, Leçons d'anatomie comparée. At 33, he was head professor at the Jardin des Plantes. At 34, he was made perpetual secretary, executive director, of the Department of Physical and Natural Sciences in the Institut National. Meanwhile, in 1802, he had traveled widely as a commissioner of the Institute in the reorganization of secondary education. Despite his duties as teacher and administrator, he pursued his researches as if resolved, with some collaborators, to study and classify every species of plant or animal preserved in the strata or living on the earth or in the sea. His Histoire naturelle des poissons, 1828-31, described 5,000 species of fish. His Recherches sur les ossements fossiles des quadrupèdes, 1812-25, almost created mammalian paleontology. It contained Cuvier's description of the woolly elephant, named by him the mammoth, whose remains had been found in 1802, buried in a mass of permanently frozen earth in Siberia, and so well preserved that dogs ate its thawing flesh. In one of these volumes, Cuvier explained his principle of the correlation of parts, by which he thought to reconstruct an extinct species from the study of a single surviving bone. Every organized individual forms an entire system of its own, all the parts of which naturally correspond and concur to produce a certain definite purpose, by reciprocal reaction or by combining toward the same end. Hence, none of these separate parts can change their forms without a corresponding change in the other parts of the same animal, and consequently, each of these parts taken separately indicates all the other parts to which it has belonged. Thus, if the viscera of an animal are so organized as to be fitted only to digest fresh flesh, it is requisite that the jaws should be so constructed as to fit them for devouring prey, the teeth for cutting and devouring its flesh, the entire system of the limbs or organs of motion for pursuing and overtaking it, and the organs of sense for discovering it at a distance. In the same manner, a claw, a shoulder blade, a condyle, a leg or arm bone, or any other bone separately considered, enables us to discover the description of teeth to which they have belonged, and so also reciprocally we may determine the forms of the other bones from the teeth. Thus, commencing our investigations by a careful survey of any one bone by itself, a person who is sufficiently master of the laws of organic structure may, as it were, reconstruct the whole animal to which that bone belonged. In 1817, in another mammoth work, La règne animale distribuée d'après son organisation, Cuvier summed up his classification of animals into vertebrates, mollusks, articulates, and radiates, and proposed to explain the successive strata of fossils as due to the sudden extinction of hundreds of species by catastrophic convulsions of the earth. As to the origin of species, he accepted the then orthodox view that each species had been specifically created by God, that its variations had been produced by the divine guidance of each organism in its adaptation to its environment, and that these variations never produced a new species. On these and other points, Cuvier engaged 2 years before his death in a famous debate which seemed to Goethe the most important event in the history of Europe in 1830. His living opponent in that contest was Étienne Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, who built his case for the mutability and natural origin and evolution of species around the work of a still greater biologist who had died a year before. 2. Lamarck, 1744 to 1829. It is easy to like Lamarck, for he struggled against poverty in youth, against the universally acclaimed Cuvier in maturity, and against blindness and poverty in old age. Moreover, he left behind him a theory of the causes and methods of evolution much more agreeable to an amiable disposition than the merciless natural selection offered by the kindly Darwin. Like most Frenchmen, he carried a heavy armament of names: Jean-Baptiste Pierre-Antoine de Monet, Chevalier de Lamarck. He was the 11th child of a martial father who found military posts for all his sons except the last. Him he sent to a Jesuit college at Amiens with instructions to prepare himself for the priesthood. But Jean-Baptiste envied his brothers their weapons and steeds. He left college, spent his allowance on an old horse, and rode off to war in Germany. He fought valiantly, but his heroic career was ended by a neck injury ignominiously received in barrack games. He went to work as a bank clerk, studied medicine, met Rousseau, was deflected into botany, pursued plants for 9 years, and published in 1778 Flore Française. Then, nearing the end of his economic resources, he accepted employment as tutor to the sons of Buffon, if only for the opportunity to meet that aging sage. When Buffon died in 1788, Lamarck took the humble post of keeper of the herbarium in the Jardin du Roi, the Royal Botanical Gardens in Paris. Soon the designation of the king fell from fashion, and at Lamarck's suggestion the garden was renamed Jardin des Plantes. Since it contained also a zoological collection, Lamarck gave to the study of all living forms the name biologie. As his interest overflowed from plants to animals, Lamarck, leaving the vertebrates to Cuvier, took as his province the lowly backboneless animals, for which he coined the word invertébrés, invertebrates. By 1809, he had reached some original views, which he then expounded in Système des animaux sans vertèbres and in Philosophie zoologique. Despite failing eyesight, he continued his studies and his writing, helped by his eldest daughter and by Pierre-André Latreille. In 1815-22, he issued his final classifications and conclusions in a voluminous Histoire naturelle des animaux sans vertèbres. Thereafter he became totally blind and almost destitute. His life was a tribute to his courage, and his old age was a disgrace to his government. His philosophy, or reasoned summary of zoology, began with contemplation of the endless and mysteriously originating variety in the forms of life. Every individual differs from all others, and within any species we can find so minute a gradation of differences as makes it difficult, perhaps unjust, to divide a species from its most similar and kindred neighbors in form and operation. Species, Lamarck concluded, unwittingly resuming the conceptualism of Abelard, is a concept, an abstract idea. In reality, there are only individual beings or things, and the classes, kinds, or species into which we group them are merely, though invaluably, intellectual tools for thinking of similar objects which are, however, incorrigibly unique. How did these different groups or species of plant or animal life arise? Lamarck replied with two laws. First law: in every animal which has not exceeded the term of its development, the more frequent and sustained use of any organ gradually strengthens that organ, develops and enlarges it, and gives it a strength proportioned to the length of time of such use, while the constant lack of use of such an organ perceptibly weakens it, causing it to become reduced, progressively diminishes its faculties, and ends in its disappearance. Second law: everything which nature has caused individuals to acquire or lose by the influence of the circumstances to which their race may be for a long time exposed, and consequently by the influence of the predominant use of such an organ, or by that of the constant lack of use of such part, it preserves by heredity and passes on to the new individuals which descend from it, provided that the changes thus acquired are common to both sexes, or to those which have given origin to these new individuals. The first law was obvious. The blacksmith's arm grows larger and stronger by use. The neck of the giraffe is elongated by efforts to reach higher levels of nutritive leaves. The mole is blind because its underground life makes eyes useless. In later works, Lamarck divides his first law into two complementary elements: the environmental condition or challenge, and the organism's need and desire stimulating effort toward an adaptive response, as by the flow of blood or sap to the organ used. Here Lamarck tried to meet the difficult question, how do variations arise? Cuvier replied, through the direct action of God. Darwin was to reply, through fortuitous variations whose cause is unknown. Lamarck replied, variations arise through the organism's need, desire, and persistent effort to meet an environmental condition. This explanation fell in well with the insistence of contemporary psychologists who stressed the originative action of the will. But Lamarck's second law met with 1,000 demurrers. Some thought to refute it by pointing out the lack of hereditary effect in the circumcision of Semitic foreskins and the compression of Chinese feet. Such cavils, of course, failed to consider that these operations were external mutilations, not at all involving internal need and effort. Some other objections failed to allow for the long time admittedly required for an environmental condition to produce a change in the race. With these provisos, Charles Darwin and Herbert Spencer accepted as a factor in evolution the possible inheritance of acquired characters, i.e., of habits or organic changes developed after birth. Marx and Engels assumed such heritability and relied upon a better environment to produce a natively better man. And the Soviet Union for a long time made the Lamarckian system a part of its defined creed. About 1885, August Weismann struck a blow at the theory by claiming that the germ plasm, cells carrying the hereditary characters, is immune to changes in the enveloping body or somoplasm, and therefore cannot be affected by postnatal experiences. But this claim was invalidated when chromosomes, carriers of heredity, were found in the somatic as well as the germ cells. Experiments have returned a generally unfavorable report on the Lamarckian view, but latterly some evidence has been produced of Lamarckian transmission in Paramecium and other protozoa. Perhaps other positive instances would be found if experiments could be continued upon a longer succession of generations. Our laboratories suffer from an insufficiency of time. Nature does not. 4. What is mind? Lamarck's emphasis on felt need and consequent effort as factors in organic response harmonized with the retreat of the Institute's psychologists from the view of mind as a completely uninitiative mechanism of response to external and internal sensations. These internal explorers used the word philosophy as a summary of their findings. Philosophy was not yet quite distinct from science, and indeed philosophy might be justly termed a summing up of science if science could successfully apply to mind and consciousness its methods of specific hypothesis, careful observation, controlled experiment, and mathematical formulation of verifiable results. That time had not yet come, and the psychologists of the early 19th century considered themselves philosophers, as men reasoning tentatively about matters still beyond the reach and tools of science. Despite Napoleon's opposition, the ideologues continued for a decade to dominate psychology and philosophy as taught in the Institute. His bête noire there was Antoine de Stutt de Tracy, the firebrand who carried the torch of Condillac's sensationism through the years of the Empire. Sent as a deputy to the States General of 1789, he worked for the liberal Constitution of 1791, but in 1793, revolted by the brutality of the mob and the terrorism of the Great Committee, he subsided from politics into philosophy. In suburban Auteuil, he joined the charmed circle that fluttered about the ever-beautiful Madame Helvetius, and there he came under the radical influence of Condorcet and Cabanis. He became a member of the Institute, where he rose to prominence in its second class, which specialized in philosophy and psychology. In 1801 he began, and in 1815 completed, publication of his Éléments d'idéologie. He defined this as the study of ideas on the basis of Condillac's sensationism, the doctrine that all ideas are derived from sensations. This, he held, may seem untrue about general or abstract ideas like virtue, religion, beauty, or man, but in treating such ideas, we should examine the elementary ideas from which they are abstracted, and go back to the simple perceptions, to the sensations from which they emanate. Such an objective study, de Stutt thought, could displace metaphysics and end the reign of Kant. If we cannot reach a definite conclusion by this method, we must wait, suspend judgment, and renounce the attempt to explain what we do not really know. This tough agnosticism displeased the agnostic Napoleon, who was at that time arranging a concordat with the Church. Undeterred, de Stutt classified ideology, psychology, as part of zoology. He defined consciousness as the perception of sensations, judgment as a sensation of relations, will as a sensation of desire. As for the idealists, who argued that sensations do not indubitably prove the existence of an external world, de Stutt admitted this concerning sights, sounds, odors, and tastes. But he insisted that we may certainly conclude to an external world from our sensations of touch, resistance, and movement. As Dr. Johnson had said, we can settle the question by kicking a stone. In 1803, Napoleon suppressed the second class of the Institute, and de Stutt de Tracy found himself without a podium or a printer. Unable to get permission to publish his Commentaire sur l'esprit des lois de Montesquieu, he sent the manuscript to Thomas Jefferson, President of the United States. Jefferson had it translated and printed in 1811, without revealing the author's name. De Stutt lived to be 82 and celebrated his old age by issuing a treatise de l'amour, 1826. Men de Biran, Marie-François Pierre Gontier de Biran, began his philosophical career by expounding sensationism with an obscurity that guaranteed his fame. He began as a soldier and ended as a mystic. In 1784, he joined the Royal Garde du Corps of Louis XVI and helped to defend him from the monstrous regiment of women besieging King and Queen at Versailles on October 5th through 6th, 1789. Horrified by the revolution, he returned to his estate near Bergerac. He was elected to the Corps Legislatif in 1809, opposed Napoleon in 1813, and became treasurer of the Chamber of Deputies under Louis XVIII. His writings were asides from his political career, but they raised him to acknowledged leadership among the French philosophers of his time. He stumbled into fame in 1802 by winning first prize in a competition sponsored by the Institute. His essay, L'influence de l'habitude sur les facultés de penser, seemed to follow the sensationist views of Condillac and even the physiological psychology of Destutt de Tracy. The nature of the understanding, he wrote, is nothing other than the sum of the principal habits of the central organ, which must be considered as the universal sense of perception. And he thought that one might suppose in reality each impression represented by the corresponding movement of a fiber in the brain. But as he proceeded, he moved away from the notion that the mind is merely the total of the body's sensations. It seemed to him that in efforts of attention or will, the mind was an active and originative factor, not reducible to any combination of sensations. This divergence from the ideologues was widened in 1805 with Mémoires sur la décomposition de la pensée, which chimed in with Napoleon's restoration of religion. The effort of will, Durant argued, shows that the soul of man is no passive recycling of sensations. It is a positive and willful force which is the very essence of the self. The will and the ego are one. Schopenhauer would stress this voluntarism in 1819, and it would continue in French philosophy and take brilliant form in Bergson. This effortful will is added to the other factors that determine action and gives them that free will without which man would be a ridiculous automaton. That internal force is a spiritual reality, not a conglomerate of sensations and memories. There is nothing material or spatial about it. Indeed, Durant proceeds, probably all force is likewise immaterial and can be understood only by analogy with the willful self. From this point of view, Leibniz was right in describing the world as a compound and battleground of monads, each of which is a center of force, will, and individuality. Perhaps Durant's double life of politics and philosophy, added to lively participation in weekly meetings at the Institute with Cuvier, Royer Collard, Ampère, Guizot, and Victor Cousin, proved too arduous. His health broke down. His short life of 58 years was nearing its close. He turned from mind-stretching speculation to a tranquilizing religious faith, and at last to a mysticism that raised him out of this painful world. Man, he said, should progress from the animal stage of sensation through the human stage of free and conscious will to an absorption in the consciousness and love of God. 5. The case for conservatism. The philosophe of the 18th century had weakened the French government by impairing the credibility and moral standing of the Church and by calling for an enlightened despotism to mitigate the evils of ignorance, incompetence, corruption, oppression, poverty, and war. The French philosophers of the early 19th century replied to these dreamers by defending the necessity of religion, the wisdom of tradition, the authority of the family, the advantages of legitimate monarchy, and the constant need of maintaining political, moral, and economic dikes against the ever-swelling sea of popular ignorance, cupidity, violence, barbarism, and fertility. Two men in this period drew up in angry detail an indictment of the 18th century appeal from faith to reason and from tradition to enlightenment. Vicomte Louis-Gabriel Ambroise de Bonald was born in 1754 to class comfort and was schooled in a secure and obedient piety. Astonished and threatened by the revolution, he emigrated to Germany, joined for a time the anti-revolutionary army of the Prince de Condé, resented its suicidal disorder, and retired to Heidelberg to carry on the war with his disciplined pen. In his Théorie du pouvoir politique et religieux, 1796, he defended absolute monarchy, hereditary aristocracy, patriarchal authority in the family, and the moral and religious sovereignty of the popes over all the kings of Christendom. The Directory condemned the book, but allowed him to return to France in 1797. After a cautious pause, he resumed his philosophic offensive with an Essai analytique sur les lois naturelles de l'ordre social, 1800. Napoleon welcomed its defense of religion as indispensable to government. He offered Bonal a place in the Council of State. Bonal refused, then accepted in 1806, saying that Napoleon had been appointed by God to restore the true faith. After the Restoration, he occupied a succession of public offices and issued a succession of conservative pronouncements, fervent but dull. He opposed divorce and the rights of women as disruptive of the family and social order, condemned freedom of the press as a threat to stable government, defended censorship and capital punishment, and proposed to punish with death the profanation of the sacred vessels used in Catholic services. Some conservatives smiled at the enthusiasm of his orthodoxy, but he was consoled by his correspondence with Joseph de Maistre, who, from St. Petersburg, sent him assurances of complete support, and later published volumes that must have gladdened and maddened Bonal by the completeness of their conservatism and the brilliance of their style. Maistre was born in 1753 in Chambéry, where 20 years earlier Madame de Warren had taught Rousseau the art of love. As capital of the Duchy of Savoy, the city was subject to the kings of Sardinia. However, the Savoyards used French as their native language, and Joseph learned to write it with almost the verve and force of Voltaire. His father was president of the Savoy Senate, and he himself became a member in 1787. They had more than philosophical reasons for defending the status quo. Politically the son of his father, Joseph was emotionally akin to his mother, who transmitted to him a passionate loyalty to the Catholic Church. Nothing, he later wrote, can replace the education given by a mother. He was schooled by nuns and priests, and then in a Jesuit college at Turin. For them, too, his affection never waned, and after a brief flirtation with Freemasonry, he accepted completely the Jesuit view that the state should be subordinate to the Church, and the Church to the Pope. In September 1792, a French revolutionary army entered Savoy, and in November the duchy was annexed to France. The shock of this sudden transvaluation of all values, classes, powers, and creeds left Maistre with a hatred that darkened his mood, wrote his books, and heated his style. He fled with his wife to Lausanne, where he survived as official correspondent for Charles Emmanuel IV, King of Sardinia. He took some comfort in frequenting the salon of Madame de Staël at nearby Coppet, but the intellectuals whom he met there, like Benjamin Constant, seemed to him infected with the scandalous skepticism of 18th century France. Even the émigrés who were huddling in Lausanne were addicts of Voltaire. Maistre marveled at their unawareness that the anti-Catholicism of the philosophe had undermined the whole structure of French life by weakening the religious supports of the moral code, the family, and the state. Too old to shoulder arms against the revolution, he resolved to fight the unbelievers and the revolutionists with his pen. He mingled vitriol with his ink and left his mark upon the century. Only Edmund Burke, in that age, surpassed him in expounding the conservative view of life. So, in 1796, through a Neuchâtel press, he issued Considérations sur la France. He admitted that the government of Louis XVI had been vacillating and incompetent, and that the French Church needed moral renovation. But to change the form, policies, and methods of the state so rapidly and drastically was to betray an adolescent's ignorance of the recondite foundations of government. No polity, he believed, could long survive which lacked roots in tradition and time, or supports in religion and morality. The French Revolution had shattered those supports by beheading the king and dispossessing the church. Never has such a great crime had so many accomplices. Each drop of Louis XVI's blood will cost France torrents. Perhaps 4 million Frenchmen will pay with their lives for the great national crime of an anti-religious and anti-social insurrection crowned by regicide. Soon, he predicted, in 1796, 4 or 5 people will give France a king. In 1797, King Charles Emmanuel summoned Maître to serve him in Turin. But shortly thereafter, Napoleon took Turin, and the philosopher fled to Venice. In 1802, he was appointed Sardinian plenipotentiary at the court of Tsar Alexander I. Expecting his mission to be brief, he left his family behind, but the service of his king kept him in St. Petersburg till 1817. He bore banishment impatiently and drowned his cares in manuscript. His basic production, Essai sur le principe générateur des constitutions politiques, 1810, derived such constitutions from the conflict in man between good and evil, social and unsocial impulses, and the need for an organized and lasting authority to maintain public order and group survival by supporting cooperative as against individualistic tendencies. Every man naturally longs for power and possession, and until tamed is a potential despot, criminal, or rapist. Some saints control earthly appetites, and a few philosophers may have accomplished this through reason, but in most of us, virtue cannot of itself master our basic instincts, and to let every supposed adult judge all matters by his own reason, weak through inexperience and slave to desire, is to sacrifice order to liberty. Such undisciplined liberty becomes license, and social disorder threatens the power of the group to unite against attack from without or disintegration from within. Consequently, in Maître's view, the ebullient Enlightenment was a colossal mistake. He compared it to the youth who, by his 18th year, has concocted or adopted schemes for the radical reconstruction of education, the family, religion, society, and government. Voltaire was a choice example of such jejune omniscience. He talked of everything for a whole age without once piercing below the surface. He was so continually occupied with instructing the world that he had only very rarely time to think. If he had studied history humbly as a transitory individual seeking instruction from the experience of the race, he might have learned that impersonal time is a better teacher than personal thought, that the soundest test of an idea is its pragmatic effects in the life and history of mankind, that institutions rooted in centuries of tradition must not be rejected without careful weighing of losses against gains, and that the campaign to écraser l'infâme, to destroy the moral authority of the Church, which had disciplined adolescence and formed social order in Western Europe, would bring the collapse of morality, the family, society, and the state. The murderous revolution was the logical outcome of the blind Enlightenment. Philosophy is an essentially destructive force. It puts all its trust in reason, which is individual, in intellect, which is individualistic, and the liberation of the individual from political and religious tradition and authority endangers the state and civilization itself. Hence, the present generation is witnessing one of the most dramatic conflicts humanity has ever seen, the war to the death between Christianity and the cult of philosophy. Since the individual lives too briefly to be fit to test the wisdom of tradition, he should be taught to accept it as his guide until he is old enough to begin to understand it. He will, of course, never be able to understand it fully. He should be suspicious of any proposed change in the Constitution or the moral code. He should honor established authority as the verdict of tradition and racial experience, and therefore the voice of God. Monarchy, hereditary and absolute, is the best form of government, for it embodies the longest and widest tradition and makes for order, continuity, stability, and strength. While democracy, with its frequent changes in leaders and ideas, Its periodical exposure to the whims and ignorance of the commonalty makes for discontent, disorder, reckless experimentation, and an early end. The art of government includes mollifying the masses. The suicide of government lies in obeying them. Leisurely, from 1802 to 16, in his most famous production, Les Soirées de Saint Petersbourg, 1821, Maître expounded some incidental aspects of his philosophy. He thought that science proved God, for it revealed in nature a majestic order that implied a cosmic intelligence. We must not be disturbed in our faith by the occasional success of the wicked or the misfortunes of the good. God allows good and evil to fall indifferently, like sun and rain, upon the criminal and the saint, for he is reluctant to suspend the laws of nature. In some cases, however, he may be moved by prayer to change the incidence of a law. Besides, most evils are penalties for faults or sins. Probably every malady, every pain, is a punishment for some taint in ourselves, or our ancestry, or our living group. If this is so, we should defend corporal punishment, execution for certain crimes, and even the tortures of the Inquisition. We should honor the public executioner instead of making him an outcast. His work, too, is the work of God and is vital to social order. The persistence of evil requires the persistence of punishment. Relax this, and crime will grow. Moreover, there is no punishment that does not purify, no disorder which eternal love does not turn against the principle of evil. War is divine, since it is a law of the world, permitted by God through all history. Wild animals obey this rule. Periodically, an exterminating angel comes and clears away thousands of them. Humanity can be considered as a tree that an invisible hand is continually pruning, often to its benefit. A great deal of bloodshed is often connected with a high population. From the worm even to man, there is accomplished the great law of the violent destruction of living beings. The whole earth, drinking blood, is merely an immense altar, where every living thing must be immolated, time without end, without limit, without rest, even unto the destruction of all things, even to the death of death. If we object that such a world hardly moves us to worship its Creator, Maître answers that we must worship nonetheless, because all nations and generations have worshipped him, and so lasting and universal a tradition must contain a truth beyond the capacity of human reason to understand or refute. In the end, philosophy, if it loves wisdom, will yield to religion and reason to faith. In 1817, the King of Sardinia, restored to his Turin throne, recalled Maître from Russia, and in 1818 he made him a chief magistrate and a counselor of state. In those 2 years the grim philosopher produced his last work, Du Pape, which was published soon after his death in 1821. The book was his uncompromising answer to the question that had been raised by his exaltation of the monarch as society's protection against the individualism of the citizen. What if the monarch, too, like Caesar or Napoleon, is as individualistic and self-centered as any citizen, and much more in love with power? Maître unhesitatingly replied that all rulers must accept subordination to an authority older, greater, and wiser than their own. They must submit in all matters of religion or morality to the verdict of a pontiff who inherits the power conferred upon the Apostle Peter by the Son of God. At that time, 1821, when the states of Europe were struggling to recover from the brutality of the Revolution and the despotism of Napoleon, their leaders should recall how the Catholic Church had saved the remnants of Roman civilization by checking and taming the multiplying barbarians, how she had established through her bishops a system of social order and disciplined education which slowly through the Dark and Middle Ages begot a civilization based upon the agreement of kings to recognize the moral sovereignty of the Pope. Nations have never been civilized except by religion, for only the fear of an all-seeing and all-powerful God can control the individualism of human desire. Religion accompanied the birth of all civilizations, and absence of religion heralds their death. Therefore, the kings of Europe must again accept the Pope as their overlord in all moral or spiritual concerns. They should take education out of the hands of scientists and return it to the priests, for the ascendancy of science will coarsen and brutalize the people, while the restoration of religion will give peace to the nation and the soul. But what if the Pope, too, should be selfish and seek to turn every issue to the temporal advantage of the papacy? Maître had a ready answer. Since the Pope is guided by God, he is infallible when, on matters of faith or morals, he speaks as official head of the Church founded by Christ. So, half a century before the Church herself proclaimed it as an inseparable part of the Catholic faith, Maître announced the infallibility of the Pope. The Pope himself was a bit surprised, and the Vatican found it advisable to check the ultramontanists who were making embarrassing claims for the political authority of the papacy. Barring this final point and some other exaggerations that could be passed with a smile, the conservatives of Europe welcomed Maître's uncompromising defense of their views, and compliments came to him from Chateaubriand, Bonal, Lamennais, and Lamartine. Even Napoleon agreed with him on a number of items: the benevolence of Louis XVI, the vileness of the regicides, the excesses of the Revolution, the frailty of reason, the presumptuousness of the philosophers, the necessity of religion, the value of tradition and authority, the weaknesses of democracy, the desirability of hereditary and absolute monarchy, the biological services of war. As for Napoleon's reigning enemies, they could feel that in Maître's straightforward philosophy were some of the reasons why they had to overthrow this Corsican parvenu, this heir of a revolution that threatened every monarchy in the world. Here was the secret doctrine that they had never would be able to explain to their subjects, the reasons why they, the hereditary kings, emperors, and aristocracies of Europe, had accepted the burdens, dangers, and ritual of rule, while the Marats, Robespierres, and Babeufs had accused them of mercilessly exploiting an innocent commonalty which claimed by divine right, really by assassination and massacre, all the benefits of social organization and all the goods of the earth. Here was a doctrine on which the legitimate sovereigns of Europe could unite to restore an ancient order to their own lands and peoples, and even to barbarous, unforgivable, regicidal, God-betraying, God-forsaken France.